Genshin.
Goddamn, that was chaotic. What the fuck? Alright. Hi, Cupcake. Hi, Dan. Sorry. This evening has been fucking annoying. Neighbors' kids driving me up the fucking wall. Hope their ball fucking pops. Goddamn. They're so annoying. They're still fucking screaming outside. Like a bunch of banshees. Being murdered. So I just need to woosah for a moment. Because if it's not the neighbor's kids behind me screaming like they're being murdered, they're kicking their ball over my wall, they're climbing on my wall, then it's the neighbor on the other side, whose dogs incessantly bark. Fucking Christ. There's actually no peace here. Not any peace. Goddamn. A person can only take so much. Because if the kids are playing on the one side, they bring a fucking nuisance. And if they're on the other side, they're pissing off the dogs. Which then makes them bark the whole fucking day. Wah! I need to breathe. You might say it was fucking chaos. It was fucking chaos. Goddamn. Because I think I had my browser open. So it was like echoing it. I was like, why can't I hear it twice? Okay, we're good. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Cupcake. Dan. Jargon. Mau Mau. Going to be nice to move? Oh, you have no idea. Jesus Christ. I cannot wait. It feels so far away. Also, why did Cupcake get banned? What happened? What did he do? Fuck around to find out. What happened? Anyway, oh, he said to ban him? Did he? Oh, he did. Oh, he said ban me. Okay, well, I mean, he asked for it. Quite literally. Alright, guys, we're doing Genshin things. I still need to open Genshin on my phone. Not Genshin. Twitch. I need to open Twitch on my phone. So that I can read your messages. Because I technically still have load shedding. Ah! Pocahontas!
Pocahontas_saw screamed. 10 biddies.
Oh, thank you! Thank you for the biddies, Pocahontas. How you doing today? Also, who needs bus kills? Because that's what we're doing. That is what we're doing. You played Genshin on your iPad yesterday? It was horrible? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dan. What prompted you to try and play on your iPad? Hi, Clingy Puppy! How are you? It's supposed to be Friday, but I'm frazzled, man. So I just want to go slap her some bosses. And then breathe. Is everything working? Because earlier it wasn't working. Okay, looks like it is working. This is fine. You were bored one day? You installed it? You tried it for the first time? Oh no! I'm sorry you had a horrible experience. Was it just because you were playing on an iPad, do you think? Because, I mean, I've played a little bit on mobile and it's a bit butt cancery, but I do play on PC most of the time and that's what I'm comfortable with. I know some people play on, like, on console and they quite enjoy it, so Mayhaps. That would suit you better. Hi, Hypergen. Can I call you Nick? The whole name is a bit long. Is Nick okay? Whoa! Blessed? What is it? The weasel? Leyline? Oh! I haven't done dailies on my world in the longest time. Because I do them on Ray's world instead. But we might come do these ones. Frame rate was awful and the controls as well. Oh yeah, the controls I can imagine will be poo-poo caca. You got Alhaitam's sword, but you got the Skyward Harp and Jade Spear before you could get it. Oh no! You know what, Pocahontas? Those are not bad weapons. I've been using Skyward Harp. In fact, I think it might have even been my first 5-star weapon. I've been using Skyward Harp. Who's using it? Oh, Vishuru. This is my first 5-star weapon, I think. And I've been using this on her. Kind of like on the side. But before her, it was Tartugli's bow. He's using Rust now. I don't really use either of them, but that's not the point. And the Jade Spear is actually really good for a few characters. It may not be like #1, but I think there's a few characters that do use it. I'm using it on my Zhongli. I've seen some people use it on Raiden. I know I'm not clicking on the characters, but I'm just trying to see. Zhao, obviously. Maybe Hu Tao as well. I'm using Dragon's Bane on her. Who else would use it? I think they're both pretty good. Oh, you have 3 of them? Never mind, I'm sorry. I have 2 of them, so I feel your pain. I have 2 of them. I also have 2 of the Skyward Spine as well. So, yeah, I feel you. You've never wailed in your life, never again. Oh, no! You're late-headed? How could you? Late-tato? No, it's not me late-tato. It's you this late. Potato Impact. Hi, Tiff! Ah, guys. It's such an irritating afternoon. It's late afternoon, I guess, evening. Not me shouting at kids like I'm a crazy lady. Get off of my lawn! Literally me today. His neighbor's kids were being super freaking annoying. Goddamn. But yeah, I mean, Jade Spear is a really good weapon. I don't know if it's worth refining. I wouldn't. Like, I haven't refined any of my 5-star weapons. Even if it only works for one character, you don't know what the future holds. Maybe a character comes in the future and they could have used that weapon. Unless you're gonna big wele. You know? I don't know. I think it's good to have dupes. Just for that. Alright. Let us... Bacon and tomato. And go fight these bosses. Old lady shakes fist at cloud. Or yells at cloud. I'm so much the old man that I got the meme wrong. Mood. Alright. Does anybody... Mao, are you doing boss fights or did you do boss fights already? Dun, 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 dun. Zhao, Zhongli, and Hu Tao each rocking Jade Spear now. The whole damn family got it. The whole family. Everybody in on the Jade Spear fandom. You can even give one to Yao Yao. Just for shits and gigs. I don't actually know what weapon people are using on her, but you know, for shits and gigs. You did boss fights on False Wednesday? Not Mao in my DMs trying to tell me that today was not Wednesday. And I'm like, and so was yesterday Wednesday? The audacity of this man. But in any case, Mao, since you don't need, are there any world level 8 people who need boss kills? If yes, jump in now. Imagine it being Wednesday. I'd rather fucking not, to be honest. I'm done with this week. I don't think this week is done with me. Hi, Puppety! If I am a little bit slow with messages, apologies. I have to read them on my phone. Which is less fun than you'd imagine. Do I need to do anything? I know I need to start the event. What? I always forget about that command. I still need to start this event, so if nobody joins for boss kills, I may just go do this. Oh yeah, don't forget to log in for your shit. We're getting free shit at the moment, so make sure you log in. Oh, I need to go do this as well. Hey, so many things. That's a cool load shedding command. Add it to your stream. If you ever stream through load shedding, I guess. You getting load shedding now? Oh no, sorry Pocahontas. It's starting at 8. Mine's supposed to be back at like 8:08, but who knows? Okay, I'm gonna take that as nobody else needs to kill bosses this week, so we're gonna jump on in. I will bring... I really want to build my Yao Yao. I might do that today. I'll see. But I was thinking if I bring this one and this one. You don't want to bring Yaimiko? Up to you, of course. You don't have that luxury? Fair enough. Just might be more fun for you if you can actually, like... Because you can only do so much in a rotation with Kokomi and Kazu. Kokomi-chan. Yeah, boy! No cutscene! Oh, shit. Pixu! Pixu's stuck in the cutscene, that's funny. Oops. I didn't just blow my entire load for no reason. Don't know what you guys are talking about. Wait, them bugs though. Oh, there's one. Let me run with longer legs. Might help. Oh! The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Oh? No swirly willies for you. Wifey got her Xbox today. Ooh, nice. What kinds of games is she looking to play on the Xbox? I haven't played Xbox since I was like, I don't know. I want to say university. And I have a feeling I only ever played like Halo. I don't actually know what other games are on Xbox, but I know I definitely played Halo and not much else.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Got a nice circlet and flower. Oh man. What set was it? Why here? How much was your PC? I don't know if I want a gaming laptop or PC. Well, I would say as a person who doesn't know much about this kind of stuff, I would say the distinguishing factor would be, do you need the mobility? My Nahida is gonna fucking... Oh! As I fucking click the food. Kick the buckets. Whoop. No! This bitch! I would say, yeah, laptop if you need to. The thing is, like, I don't know if maybe the stuff's changed a lot since I was younger, but there was, unless you needed to travel or like move around a lot, desktop was almost always better. It'll also be nice for load shedding, I guess. That's another thing that you can think about if you do end up going for a laptop. I don't know what the price range is like or anything like that. Dead by Daylight, you're forcing her to... No, you must let her play what she wants, Papa T. Thank you for the low keys, kiddo. Hi, Mickey! Are we winning? I think so. We're killing bosses, so that's something, right? Where... There he is. I can never remember where this kid is. PCs are expensive these days. Yeah, they are. This game has stunning graphics. It does! Even more so when you actually have the graphics on to a decent setting. I don't. Because I'm scared that my PC melts. But you know. I think, yeah, this combo is still fine. Unless you wanted to bring Nahida. I can... Sweetie. I don't have to bring Nahida. I can bring... Yeah, I can bring Coco-chan. I can bring... Yeah? Okay. PC, if you settle and want to expand on it, laptops if you move a lot.
This is fun.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not too clued up on how stuff has changed. Whoops. No! Cursed cutscene, why? Can I even mark this big thing? I can. Huh. Why not? I'll whip my son. He's been misbehaving. Disrespectful. Pop, 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 pop. I wasn't sure. Ah. Come on. Oh. Come on. Yeah, she can't. Ow. I've had no luck with trying to break those things. Whoa! I got zapped while it... Oh! What the... In the air? Unbelievable. Well and truly. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Ah! Oh. Whoops. Nope. I don't understand why... or what we're supposed to do there, but you know. Because I've only been able to successfully break these things with Dendro, so I don't know what that's all about. Bam! Slap it out, boy! The way Raiden just slides down like that. Oh man. Laptops have been catching up a lot with what you can put into it. Still doesn't change the fact that your upgrade options are minimal. Yeah. Bum bum. You want the Razor Quartz? Is that for like the whole range? $2,400. Damn. Whoa! Pixu already left. Cool. Well, there's that done. Yay! Levels! Money! Alright, I have event stuff to do, but I also wanted to look at... oh, you gotta get a package! Shit, run, homie! If price isn't a big problem, then you can go for Razer. Since Razer, you pay quite a bit just for the brand. Yeah, definitely. I think some of the best stuff you can get, quality, but also just like lifetime. I mean, I would say Logitech. I've been using Logitech for years. I love my webcam, my controller, mouse, keyboard, headset. It's everything I have is Logitech. That's my shit, yo. And the price is not bad either. But if you want to go a little bit more expensive, Corsair. My boyfriend, just like I'm Logitech fangirl, boyfriend is Corsair fanboy. Everything is Corsair. I think even his PC case is Corsair. I could be wrong. Or his fans are Corsair, something. And he was like, I'm gonna give you this. And I'm like, no. It's not Logitech. No, I'm joking. But in any case, he's very happy with Corsair. So I know that those two brands, from my own opinion, Logitech, I've had this stuff for years. And I'm clumsy and messy. Like, I've spilled liquids on my keyboard a couple times, and this Oki is still trucking along. He's still doing his thing. Yeah. The headsets are very comfortable. Logitech hardware is really good. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, all my stuff's Logitech. I love this shit. Like, basically, the one thing that I'm sad about is that they didn't have like a LED RGB pretty headset like stand, so I had to buy some other rando brand one. That's like the only thing that's missing from my Logitech setup is something to put my nice headset on. What a Mickey! What is that? Oh my god! What? It's me? Oh my god! Mickey! This is illegal. You're not allowed to just do that stuff. That is so cute. I love the little potatoes though. Oh. You need to add to your portfolio? Ah. Are you like practicing like logo design and stuff? That is so cute. You said something about laptops. Standard computer brands. Gaming is unfortunately still a brand. Oh yeah. Buying a gaming laptop. I know that you pay a lot for the brand. More so than anything else. You need to make more to advertise more. I mean, that's also fair. That is very fair. Oh, wait, I was going to look at Yao Yao. So I do need to start the event. However, I have heard that this itty bitty little chibi is pretty decent even at C0. In fact, she's one of the best 4-stars that's been released in a long time. Possibly because of how easy she is to use, but also she doesn't have a reliance on constellations to shine. Yeah, I mean, C6 is poggers if you can get it, sure. But, you know, I don't have it, so... but, yeah, like... Even at C0, she's pretty good. So I need to work on leveling her. I don't need this shit, however, I do need the boss shit. So I might go slap the boss once. So yeah, that's something I'm gonna go do. Because the rest of the materials I should be fine. I actually don't know... Haven't looked at talents either. Oh wait, I very likely will not need that. And I can't look at these until I send her, so I guess let me just do that quick. Has anybody tried out Yao Yao yet? Does anyone have any opinions? I have a lot of XP books. What the fuck? When did that happen? Not me trying to, like, waste as little XP as possible. XP books don't grow on trees. Does she scale with HP? Interesting. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at, like, builds and stuff for her. Oh, a free wish? Don't mind if I do. I could honestly probably swing my arms wildly in the dark and I'd find a build for her, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. I am spending most of my... I already need this. Damn it. Okay, well, let's go slap the boss once. There was an achievement that I needed to get. I'm still in co-op. I can't quite remember what the achievement was. I remember looking at it the other day and I was like, oh, that's such an easy one. Why haven't I done it yet? What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Toto. I hope you're doing well. Use it however you like. Oh, thank you, Muke. I really appreciate that. That's stunning. Man, I always feel bad when I get, like, free stuff from artists. Because it's a lot of your time, right? That was so cute. I'm gonna show Ray. Just gonna send it to him, no context. Be like... He's gonna be like, what? It is so cute! I'll show you guys later. Thank you, Mickey. Can we... Well, I mean, my Yaya's not built, so I don't think she's gonna do much of anything at the moment. Oh wait, I was looking at that achievement, right? You're a little under the weather? Oh no! Feel better soon, Toto. Even if you aren't able to come later, it's all good. Okay, in a single challenge, defeat 6 fungi produced in a burning state. Ooh, okay. So what you're saying is burn these bitches. Let's burn them. Where's my mixtape? Oh, it's not mixtape anymore. There's mixtape. Which technically is rational team currently, but it's fine. We're gonna swipsy swapsies. I think for Hu Tao. Can I just straight up burn this guy? Is that a thing I can do? I don't know, I'm gonna roll with it. It's okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. No idea what these guys have got on them. You dare me? What, to burn a bitch? Yeah, I'll see if I can do this. I don't know. I haven't fought this thing since God was a child. I don't remember when last I fought this thing. It's been a hot second, to say the least. What the fuck's going on down there? Hey, buddy! Ow. Whoa! Okay, then. I was about to, like, burst and slap her, and then he was like, nah, son. Wait. Guy went out of my radius, it's okay. Wait, does Hu Tao have stuff on? I just realized now. She may not. Make little thingies. Are these little babies? There they are. I was like, have they even spawned anything yet? I don't know if it spawned them last time because I think they didn't. I think I killed them too quickly. Okay, that's fine. This is okay. The Streetwise bird? Wait, why is it Streetwise bird? Oh, that is not the boss I was supposed to be fighting. It was for the achievement, but it wasn't for Yao Yao. That's fine. This is fine. Do I have any resin I can use? Because I keep buying these things and then forgetting to use them. 2 days. I almost missed one expiration because I looked at it and I saw the number was 11 and I was like, oh no, it's fine. I have 11 days. I closed and then reopened and I was like, it's 11 hours. And I almost left it because I was like, no, I've got time. Bruh. I don't know why I save them ever. I don't know what my plan is, what I'm going to do with them. Ooh! I'll take that. You had on expire last week? Oh no! Oh, she's got no... Where are her artifacts? Why has she got no artifacts on? That makes a lot of sense. But also, where did her artifacts go? Because I haven't... Did I give them to someone else? Surely not. Who would I have given them to? You put them on DPS Benny? Oh yeah, that sounds about right, actually. I was like, why did she do like 300 damage on a hit? It's because she had no fucking artifacts on. Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. Maybe, I don't think he's wearing hers because he's got pretty shitty ones. Oh, is it on Yanfei? No? Maybe? Wait, let me swap it and see. Because the stats aren't great. I just had like, I put leftovers on her. Because, I wasn't about to go and farm for Hu Tao. I still haven't really like wanted to play her yet, so... She's just got bits and bobs from other people. Someone else's leftover garbage pieces. Oops. Whoopsie. One day I'll build her. Today is not that day, however. I'm currently building Raiden because she's also much neglected. She's doing a bit better than she was. You played with her for a bit, but you gave her stuff to Yoimiya. Yeah. Wow, crit rate is nada. Maybe this wasn't hers. I don't know. That's fine, I'll just play, since I'm not coming to fight this thing again. I didn't even get the achievements. Wow. Imagine. Let me go fight the actual boss, though, that I need to be fighting. I just forget about this guy. I don't even know where he is. Oh, it's the one in the cave. Oh. Alright. What is this? What are those? I normally take aggravate team for this boss. I think this should be fine. But I do want to... Let me just pop it now. Yeah, I don't think I've let those things expire, but I got very fucking close once because I just didn't look at the numbers. And then I was like, wait a second. Oh, I think the power just came back. Alright, before I engage with this cube, I'm just gonna switch over my PC. If it'll... If Genshin will let me have my buttons. That's not what I wanted to do.
Poof, I am here, let's wrap boots and cats boots
What?
and cats
What?
boots and cats boots and cats boots and cats boots and cats boots and cats
Boots and cats? Hi, Yoda. All green TVs need cube? Yeah, apparently. Okay, guys, I just need to switch my PC to 3-screen mode. And the VTuber thing is sporked again. Why is it always... At some point it just, like, changes the resolution by itself. I don't know why. Now it's even more fucked up? What the hell? Eh? What? I'm so confused. Okay, never mind. Now it's not picking up my... Hi, Yoda. Bah! Okay, we're good. And it changed the resolution again. I'm gonna scream, man. Why is it doing this? It's giving me a goddamn headache. Hi, Unzipped. How are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Did it do it again? What the... Bro. It's when I move it. It's like, for some reason, resizing as I move it. Anyway, I'm leaving it. Breathe. Calm. You're good! Fantastic, because it's Friday. Okay. Woosa for a moment. I think I've sorted my shit out. Why? Huh? My Zoom is not working. What is going on tonight? Have the boss kills happened already? They have, Yoda. However, if you need assistance with kill boss, I will help you, obviously. I'm happy to help. Bunk! Jargon will also kill a boss. Rest in pieces, you motherfucker! Hee hee. Tee hee hee. You kill boss? You want kill boss? We kill boss? Let's go. Jargon is the true Genshin boss. I mean... Are we gonna kill you, or like... There was a time when Yaya's turrets refused to attack those things. Oh, really? I know that they changed something and people were pissed and they reverted it. Like, wherever the things would strike. Where's my itty bitty chibi bitty? Bosses come back, so Jargon will be fine. Yeah? Fight Jargon for extra money. Just knock him the fuck out. Be like, pay your bills, man! Bah! For some reason, I'm the one who collects his rent, apparently. I'm the landlord now. And we have to fight you every week to get you to pay your bills. Is that the narrative we're going for here? I might do a couple more kills. Just for shits and gigs. Alright, shall we help Yodoodles? Yoda, do you want to join my world? Or do you want me to join your world? Also, I just wanted to check. Man. I can't remember. There's too many emotes now. Wait, is Noah actually on? He is not. That's fine. I see Yoda's also not on currently, but he's probably logging in now, so we'll just wait a second for Yodoodles to do his doodles. Da-da-dum-dum. Help me to actually find the drive to grind Genshin. Is it a game you would be interested in, Cupcake? Because I can give you the pitch. Do you want the Genshin pitch? The play Genshin pitch? It's not as much of a grind. Because there's like a limited amount of things that you can do. Oh, would this thing be respawned from so far away? Oh, you played it? You're AR-27? Get back in the game, man. What's wrong with you? Sort your shit out, Cupcake. Why ain't you playing, homie? Why aren't you here every week for boss kills? I will help you. I will kill all of your bosses for you. What are you talking about? Give Cupcake a vision? Oh yeah, I owe people visions. That's right. But Genshin grind? Listen, it's only... You have 160, maybe more... energy a day to do something. It's not that much of a grind. You can only do so much in a day. They limit you. They really do. Okay, so I owe Cupcake, Ducky, Puggy, and Dan. Dan the reluctant one. That's your... If you were a character in a video game, your title would be Dan the Reluctant. Whoa! Are we joining my world? I don't mind. It just means that I have two peepos. I can fight with two peepos. I literally cannot have anything on my table without fucking fiddling with it, man. God damn it, why am I like this? Or your world, it's up to you. If you want to have two characters, we can join your world. Alright. ADHD fam. Don't know her. Don't know her. Don't know what you're talking about. But Jodia, just let me know. If you want to have two characters, then we'll join your world. Otherwise, we can do it on my world, and then I'll just have two. So, it's up to you and Jargon. What do you want to do? You want to do your world? Perfect. Okay, get out of here. Okay, so... Let's see. We can go look at the archive today. Alright. Oh, not that archive. This one. Your world, Jargon? We want to do it in your world? You want two characters? I mean... You and Yoda can fight it out. Alright. Cupcake. Yoda one. Cupcake. You're like a gummy bear, so everyone wants to eat you. Guys, I got a snack. Yee! I got chippies. Ooh. Also, I don't like the possible rumors that that Eula's gonna get a rerun before Shenhe. I do not like the rumors. Okay, so I think for Cupcake. Sorry, I'll join now, Yoda. For Cupcake, I want to say, and I'm not saying this to be otherwise and disagree with your choice, Yoda. I want to go with, oh! I'm in co-op already. Just a sec. I want to say Dendro. Because if we look at a lot of the, well, we don't have that many, but if we look at the Dendro characters that we have, they all have like a nurturing, supportive role in what they do. Sorry, I can't do two things at the same time. So like, that's why I think Cupcake should have a Dendro vision. Because if we just take a quick look, like, I mean, there's Nahida. She does what she can to support her people. Even though maybe, you know, she had to go through a lot of hardships. Tanari, he's a forest ranger. He's very inquisitive. He's also very, like, thoughtful of the people around him. One of his voice lines is like, if your hands are cold, you can warm them up in my tail. Like, you wouldn't imagine a character like this would do that. But I imagine that they would get sick of it. Like, don't touch my ears, don't touch my tail kind of vibes. But yeah, so nurturing and supportive. Rocks for brains? Okay, now you have to flirt with him quick, Dragon. Just to make him, like, make him feel loved again. Just because I can't English? Exactly because you can't English. Very supportive. Too much towards other people and myself. But also them puppies. You're training future working dogs. You are nurturing something very important. You're planting a seed. And hopefully those seeds become beautiful flowers in the future. I'm not dumb, okay? Only sometimes. Where are we going first? You know we don't need to be here for you to do it, Yoda. There we go. But yeah, all of the Dendro characters, I think it would suit you. Hit me with a deep problem in DMs and watch me nurture your ass. No, thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. Nami's throwing chips on the floor. Whoops. We're good. I don't know what to bring. I don't know. Yoda said he's gonna bring a healer and then he brings Benetto. Oh! That's so funny. No, you switched to cousin! Benny is a healer? Debatable. Debatable. You're gonna send me nice messages sometimes? Why only sometimes? What the fuck? No, Yoda, you don't have to change! Yoda, I was joking! If you want to bring Benny, bring him! Bring him! I was just memeing. Whoa, what the fuck? I didn't even know I had that command. Rub butts? No, thank you. Sorry, Yoda. Shame, I give Yoda a hard time too often. Let's go! Soon, y'all are gonna have to see the other green chibi. Not me trying to change characters, like, no. I cannot interact with that element. How have I not been hit once? I'm not complaining, I'm just curious. Absolutely not. Whoa! The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch to be teleporting around the map. God damn it. Can you just relax? Ah, shitty titties. Whoops. Whoa! 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 This bitch. This actual bitch. No titties are shitty unless they are grandma's. What's wrong with grandma's titties? That's mean. I assume we're going here next. Yes, Cupcake, you want to explain why you're hating on grandma's titties? Whoa! What the fuck? Imagine getting given a vision and then you stand on the vision giver's head. How rude. Like, bitch, I gave you your power. You want me to take it back? Do you want me to turn this car around? Ah, yeah, yeah? What? That's Kokomi. Kokomi-chan. Oh? Oh? Oh, yeah? We've gone full circle. Are you guys sitting in a voice chat? Sorry. This bitch. I hate this woman. By the way, the buff I get from Ganyu's circle is bananas. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Ow. Oh my fucking shit. What? Oh. Cool, I'm just gonna eat chips. Eat hot chip and lie. You're just mad because Jargon doesn't want to rub butts with you. Doesn't help with boss kill. I tried. I tried my best, Cupcake. Why are you being mean? How could you? We're just sitting here watching the destruction unfold. In our faces. I never know what to do during that phase, actually. That's better, yeah. Oh! Rest in pieces. Woof! Wait, did Yoda died? Look at all the orbs everywhere. What happened, Yoda? I heard Ganyu die, but are we just gonna let Jargon solo this with Koko-chan? Oh no, he left. Okay, well, fine. I didn't believe in you anyway. Sorry, Yoda. Alright, so the other people I still need to give the visions to. Ducky. And Puggy. Kokomi never dies, but it would take 30 years. Look at that fluffy tail. And he does got good taste in fluffy tails. Hooded, you're still here. You doing good, homie. Do I still want to bring Coco? Because I can bring Rosaria. Ah, Coco, Ayaka. Ayaya. I can bring Coco. Monas. Rosaria. I know, man. Oh? Oh, you got Ayato? Ooh. I'll nurture that butt. What the? Oh yeah, girlie's down. Downzos. She's so cute. Look at her hair. Oh, the flowers. Anyway. Are we gonna do like so? Because I could just troll and bring Nahida instead. Hello, motherfucker. What's cracking? That reminds me, I need to tie up my hair. Wait, what reminds you? Ayaka's hair? Whee! Osoi! Rude. Ah. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. My Nahida is very much not built for on-field damage, but here she is anyway. Because she can be. Very simply. Wow! I got yoinked backwards, that was weird. Ho 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 ho. Oh. Whoa whoa whoa. Woof! Ride and relax, girlie. Whoa! Uh-oh, I always forget about this. Because it's really hard to jump over these things with the teeny tiny legs. Ooh! Get her! Nice. Ray hates it. This thing always spawns where she dies. Because he's left before killing her. This one doesn't matter too much. I don't know. Nana go brrr. My pretty girly. Pics? Oh! What the fuck happened there? Ooh. Oh, Dragon's also got the skin. Very nice. We gonna blow this bitch up. I almost clicked ready again. Looking, because I'm babysitting. Have you tabbed? Ah, thank you, Peace Squiddies. I hope you're doing good. Whoops. Why am I stuck in a cutscene? What the fuck? Whose game is this? Do we all get stuck in that? Either way, it's some A-grade bullshit. Is there no energy yet? Ow. The other ones, yeah. Whoa! Oh, Pixu! Uh-oh. Ah! Oh! Goddamn. I can't eat anymore. Woof. Oh? What? I mean, free raise, I'll take it. I thought it was GG's. Yeah, I can't break these things. I don't know why I tried. Whoa! Spicy. Spicy child. Stop your nonsense. Woo! Okay, he's throwing his tantrum. Oh, we all get that cutscene? Oh no, wait, I can't do anything here. Do I do anything at all? You got lasered in the cutscene. I can't hit this motherfucker! Nice! This little brat. This shitty little brat. Pixu! You got lasered in the cutscene? Oh, that's funny. Sorry, friend. Whoa! That was close, man. I think I did some nice damages there. For a scuffed Raiden build, not bad. I'm playing like ass tonight though, damn. And not the good kind of ass, like swamp ass. I'm playing like swamp ass tonight. That's fine though, right? Whoa, I got left behind. The fuck? How rude. Boss is proper slapping today. They're fighting back. Look at these beautiful siblings. Or don't. Oh! Camera angle says no. Check Genshin channel. Oh, Dan, what have you done? Whoa! You can see, like, the whole continent of Teyvat at the same time. How do you even... You could... How do you focus on what you're doing when there's so much to look at? Your screen is like 3 times the length of mine. That's a long boy. Okay, I'm gonna run. I don't think... That's mad shit, yo. Would you have Kaya in your team? Tuh. I was about to exit the game. No, thank you. No GeoCube for me. Thank you. You haven't touched the game since it came out. You have 5 characters. And those are the ones you chose? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Kaya's okay. I mean, if you continue to play and you get other characters, I can help you. That's an option I have. Is your UID from before mine even? It looks like it is. Where's my itty bitty TBBB? She needs 4. Whee! I might kill the cube a couple more times just so I can get some Warbies for Yao Yao. You signed up the day it released? Ah, okay, yeah. So you can tell your, well, generally you can tell your account age by when Amber joined. So like, it's under character archive. So there you can see the bottom right corner there. The 10th of the 10th, 2020. That's when I started. I'm a bit behind. Like what? Just under 2 weeks after. It took me a while to download it because I was like, what is this game? Because I'd started a lot of other games and just given up on them, like Maple Story, and there was another one that's cute, like anime-ish style. And I just didn't stick to it. Like, I got bored of it. Glad you started on a date we can agree on. Where? What do you mean? Tower of Fantasy? No, Tower of Fantasy came after Genshin. It was in that weird lull where there was like no content. And the only thing I really did in Tower of Fantasy was exploration. Because I couldn't explore anywhere in Genshin, I ran out of places to explore, so... I had fuck all to do. I did not play that game for very long at all. So that part is at least true. Alright, let's go. Bum, ba, bum. Ah. Oh, short legs. Oh, the audacity. Oh, nice. Ugh. The fuck is that? Every time I get drops in this game. Lately, at least. I feel like it was since Sumeru dropped, all of the gear has been questionable defense and HP stats. I really do think there was like something changed when we went to Sumeru. Although I did finally get that last piece for my Ito, so... What did you see the count age? So it's not really a count age as such, but if you go to character archive, it's in the menu. And then Amber, she would have been the first character to join you. The date at the bottom there. So yeah, just character archive in the menu. This one. Most people use that to gauge how long they've been playing. Zan gonna become a Genshin Impact streamer. Wee! Okay, let's do this less bad this time. Wait, what? Huh? This asshole. This chocolate covered fuck. I said I was gonna do better this time. Clearly I lied. Do better, Tato. Damn, so embarrassing. Whoa! A noise. Damn. I wonder. Oh, you didn't sign up on launch day? You just thought you did? I mean, maybe you did sign up, but you only played later? Because that would only be the date that you got Amber. So it's not a perfect indicator, but I think for the most part it's a pretty good indicator. So it's hard to say for shows. Oh, I'll take that. Oh wait, but I just got a 4-star. Damn it. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good evening, Cupcake. Ah, fuck it. Okay. Maybe one more? I wonder, it's too soon, right? Yeah. But I'm pretty sure both of these are good. You are? Fantastic. Aww. Alright. Oh! I forget she's Leo. Makes sense that she's using this, though. Discord. Oh. That's weird. Okay, just give me a sec. Sorry, guys. I deal with something. Bye-bye! Thank you, Jargon. Wrong Goose! Hello! How you doing, Ronnie? It's good to see you. You gonna be lurking? No worries, no worries. Fucking bots, man. One of the problems with bots on Discord is that unless people have, like, privacy settings to not allow people to add, like, and I know it fucks with a lot of things, but if people don't have that, it means anyone can add them. So, yeah. Curses! That's as far as I can go. Your breathing issues, I can't lie. I wish I could tell you everything was perfectly fine and chill. You know what? Ronnie, we all have that. Sometimes just breathing is all we need to do. There's other things going on. Yao Yao will not startle crystal flies. Oh my god. Ah! She will not startle crystal flies? You gonna delete Cookie Run? No worries, Toto. Too addictive. You have lots on your plate at the moment. You gonna leave the guild? Yeah, that's alright. But, Toto, you know, we'll always have space for you. We actually had someone, rejoin recently. And I will gladly bring anyone back in. If they wanna come back. What is my game doing? There we go. So yeah, it's no worries. No worries. Hope you kicked me. I might have, Ronnie. I'm sorry. It's not personal, like, at all. It's just like I had some guild members ask me like, hey, these people haven't been active for a while. I actually kicked Scariest Llama the other day and I felt terrible about it. But I'd already kicked someone else before him and I felt bad about that. So I was like, I don't know if I can keep doing this. But yeah, if anyone ever wants to rejoin, just re-add me. Or just re-request, you know? Our guild members are always watching. It's the problem is it's the active guild members. They're like, hey, so we need more active people. And I'm like, I'm trying my best. Y'all are my favorite teachers? Of course, of course. We're happy to help, Toto. No matter what. Whenever. If you come back, if you don't, it's all good. You still here, Hooded? Thank you, thank you. Sayu, best gold being replaced. Is she in fact best gold? Just asking. I'm just asking a question. Look at her! She's so cute. Sounds like a lot of pressure. It's not so bad, to be honest. I never got, like, DMs or, like, I wasn't getting harassed or anything. But, like... I just had to, you know, be a bit more on top of things and actually kick the inactive people. You haven't been able to play anything for months. Even streams are super rare. Not sure if you heard. You're starting your master's degree in 3 weeks. Holy shit, that's exciting, Ronnie. Oh my gosh. Going to be a wonderfully stressful time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Not gonna lie. But I hope when you reach the end of it that you'll be proud of yourself. You should already be proud of yourself, to be honest, but even more so. Yeah, I hope it goes well. Oh, I actually have lots of weeklies to do. I've done nothing this week. Have I even gone into the teapot? You know what? I haven't since I got Yao Yao, actually. Whoopsie. I don't think I've even placed Yao Yao. So let me do that quick. Do you guys remember when we got stuck and we couldn't change any characters? Oy, oy, oy. That kind of sucked. February 2025. Whoa! If you're able to get everything on the first go, which is quite unusual. Woof! Okay, so it's a bit of pressure then. It's a little bit of pressure. Yeah, she's not here. Let's see. I wonder if I can put her here. No! Man, we already can't really put anything. You wanna limit me more? None of this matters. I'm gonna destroy everything here, just to put my Yaya down. You don't do Genshin account reviews? I do not. I don't think I have the skill, knowledge, or capacity to judge other people's accounts. There's a lot of characters that I'm not very familiar with. How much more do I have to munch? This is getting sadder by the second. Ah! There we go. There's our little babies. Oh. Hi, Nana. And the Yao Yao. My babies. Okay, we're good. You never understood the Teapot edition? Yeah. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's interesting. It's something, you know. I can't build anything because they don't give us enough like points to do it. If that makes sense. You're doing it part-time? Ah, till end of April will be the first course. Exams on weekends? Most important part will start in September. Will be once a month. Once a month, a weekend, from Fridays to Mondays. Woof. You want to flex characters? I mean, you can flex characters, definitely. Did we get new stuff? I haven't bought stuff in a long time, so I don't know what's actually new here. Ah, God of the Hello? Instant buy, obviously. Prototype Aranara. Hell yeah. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Would buy those guys all day, every day. So the thing about account reviews, I'm always just like, does the person want help or does the person just want to flex on me? Because I'm not gonna lie, for the most part, I'm not interested in having people flex on me. Because they've already gone to all the other streamers that they watch and flexed on them, and they just want to flex again. I'm like, you've already had your ego stroked. What do you want from me? I'm gonna look at your stuff and be like, good shit, man, and then move on. It seems weird. It seems weird to me. I don't know. Like, when it's strangers. With friends, I don't mind. People flex all the time. They post shit in the Discord. I'm like, hell yeah. But when it's randos who come into my chat and they're like, please rate my character, please rate my account. And I'm like, okay. No. Thanks. But no thanks. I don't know, that's just how I feel on the topic. I feel like it's a very weird thing. It's like those kids on the playground that's like, hey, look, I got this thing. And I'm like, okay, cool. Tell someone who cares. No, I'm joking. I don't mind if it's my friends. My friends or peepos in community, they're allowed to. Flex. If you got something cool, show us. But if you're some rando who's just like, read my account, I'll be like, no, thank you. I'm good. Hi, Rich! How are you? It's so lovely to... No, Ronnie. Do you know what I miss, Ronnie? That other game that you played that I didn't quite understand, but I kept buying shit anyway. Whatever that game was, it was very fun. Ah! Mao! Nearly pooped my pants.
Jargon 1674 for my gift subby tilde tilde.
Tilde tilde! Thank you for the gift subby there. For Mao. Mama Mao. Still sad I got cheat-cheat. It's fine, you still got time. You got time. He's not going anywhere. He's stuck with us for like 3 weeks. Oh, Rimworld? Is that what it was called? Listen, I can't say that the name of that game. Wait!
Tilde tilde tilde.
He only said 3 of them. I don't want to say the wrong one because there's another word with rim in the name as well, and I just know that my dumb brain is gonna say the wrong one, and I'm just like, no, wait, I'm gonna wait for someone else to write it so I can say it correctly. But yes, I love that game. It's a lot of fun. I've never played it, but I played it on Ronnie's stream. What was I doing? You can get an occupation in... What is the occupation? Okay, I'm gonna need to do a lot of kills for this. Ronnie, you can use the one for channel points.
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you look
Thirsty as fuck.
right now.
Okay, hold on. I actually don't have water. I just realized this now. Whoops. Does a puff on my vape count? You could call it, I don't know, a rim job. Can't believe you just said that. Anyway, that's why I'm afraid of that game, because I'm always just like, I'm gonna say rim job instead of rim world. Because I'm an idiot.
This is fun.
I might just do a couple more kills. Maybe 3 more kills on that boss. Should be fine. Thank you for the confetti! Okay, guys, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. Rich. Oh, I have a wish. Rich, do you think, because we're supposed to...
Hook screamed, "You are no idiot. You are lovely tattoo."
Tattoo! I'm a tattoo now. Are you gonna tattoo me on your butt cheek? Oh, sorry, Rich. I don't remember what I was saying. I was asking you something. Oh, we're supposed to be getting lots of intertwined fates for this patch. So I'm gonna hope and pray that your boy comes home quick fast. Yeah. The sweat from your face doesn't count as hydrating? God damn it. Vape only counts if you normally inhale a glass of water. I mean, water's for the toilet, so... Okay. Let's get cheat. Be right back, guys. Wait a second. I mean, I'll take a free hazel. I ain't complaining. What the fuck? I just got a bow, though. Am I dirty or thirsty? Why would I need water? Okay, I have water. I am now hydrating. I got a bow just now. I just got a hazel, a con. That's crazy. Guys, I literally have no concentration. Less than usual. Ooh. Hot stubber. Hot stubber strike. Bam 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 bam. Alright, oh, I need to continue the quest. We stopped that in the middle of what we were doing last time. Because I had to... What? Did I end stream because of load shedding, or did I end stream to raid someone before they could raid me? I can't quite remember now. But I'm pretty sure I was being a troll either way. No, we raided Nay last, didn't we? Maybe both. Entirely possible. Also, if I didn't respond to anyone's messages earlier, you are most welcome to send it again, because I'm loopy poopy brain tonight and I probably just missed it. I wonder, I just want to check quick. Have they posted, has anyone posted any kind of guide for Yao Yao yet? Like gear recommendations or anything? Loopy poopy brain? Yeah. It's very much loopy poopy. Because it's really hot at the moment, Ronnie. Let me check. It's currently 24. It was 31 today, but honestly, it felt stinking hot today. It felt really, really bad. I think people figure it out in beta and sit on it till release. Fair enough. Yeah, that sounds about right. Thank you for the luckies, Papa T. Oh, she's 8 here on this website. So many people voting SS tier. I'm gonna confirm your vote. Yes. Can't we swap continents? Oh hell no. You like hot weather? Her healer build uses Black Tassel. Dendro reaction build uses Moon Piercer. Interesting. I guess depends what you're using her for. HP Zeus. That's actually true. There's not a lot of HP weapons. Just as well that I have a, a level 81 for her. Your body dislikes the cold? Ah, I have that problem as well, Ronnie. My toes. And the problem is that once they get cold, they'll stay cold. And like, our houses in South Africa aren't really built to like insulate. So like, it's typically colder inside your house than outside. It's just that there's no wind. So you need to have like a heater. You need to wear warm clothes and stuff. It's very different from when I was in the UK visiting my grandparents, because you could wear shorts and a t-shirt inside. And I thought that was wild as fuck. Here you have to dress up. You waddle around the house like a penguin because you've got so many layers on. But this would look so cool on her. Damn it. Staff of Homeless. Staff of Homeless is recommended. Tenacity. HP, HPEREM. I might just steal Cookie stuff for now, to be fair. I don't remember what Cookie's wearing, but I love you, Cookie, but you didn't come home, girly. I'm still salty about that. Oh no, she doesn't even have Tenacity. Who's got the Tenacity stuff then? Is it just sitting in the abyss? Sitting in a hole somewhere? It's 1 degree outside and 19 inside. Is that is that good? It like, is 19 good? 19 seems cold to me. Autoimmune idiocy? What? Hands and feet start to hurt, swell up. Oh, isn't that chilblains or something? I have a friend who used to have it looked like her hands got fucked up when she got cold. Like she'd been in a fight. Like, I think it was something to do with her circulation, but her fingers would go like white at the ends. But they'd also look like she'd been in a fight with a cat or something. I don't know. Her hands always just looked like they were in a lot of pain. She had very, very small, delicate hands as well. So her hands got cold really quickly. So I'd like grab her hands and stick them in my pocket or whatever. Your Yao Yao was doing great. Yeah, fuck, Rich. Ray actually just like randomly mentioned to me. He was like, oh yeah, Yao Yao's really good. You should put some stuff on her. And I was like, Coco? Am I stealing Coco's things? Am I just gonna steal Coco stuff for now? Trying to see what's got a bit of ER. Oh, what's with all these damage stats? Don't know what it's called. Your brain gets info. When it's too cold, you're gonna die of hypothermia. God damn. So your body's just like, nah, fuck this shit, I'm out. I see. Yeah, that does sound tough. Hmm. I know what I'm doing looks sketchy, but trust me. I actually don't have good options here. Woof. I don't have any tenacity goblets, that's weird. All I did is unlock the event on 2 accounts and I'm already done with this shit. It's so painful. Oh, man. You wouldn't have... Bubble, what are you saying? Are those real words? Are you saying real words, Bubble? The ham material? Oh. Keck W. I thought he was trying to make me say something sus. I had no fucking idea what that was. Sand grease pupa? Pupas? I probably do not have because Noah was in my world stealing stuff yesterday. So yeah. I've got to do a Leo quest on my inner account to get to the event, and that's a big ask. Oh, Rich. Just give up now. Be like, make peace with it. Be like, nah, not today. I'm good, thanks. Let's see. Gobbos. We definitely want HP, and probably a bit of ER. Oh. Yeah, I think this one's not bad. 32k. Not bad. Fuck all EM though. Not much ER, however. She's so cute. Ah! My heart. We're gonna use 2 of them's. 2 of those. 2 of these. We're gonna go fight that boss a couple more times. Just because I want to run around with her. You outies, Toto! Thank you for understanding about the cookie run. Oh, of course, Toto! Toto, you could have just disappeared and said nothing, and I would have been like, it's okay. Toto's got some stuff going on. And then when you wanted to rejoin, you could have just been like, hey, can I rejoin? And I'd be like, sure. So no worries. Go take care of yourself. Take care of number 1. I know I wasn't always good at following that rule, but I'm doing better with that now. I am taking care of myself. So now you also go take care of yourself, Toto. And feel better soon. Itty bitty bitty chibi. Bye bye. Look at my itty bitty chibi babies with their electro mummies. Ah! So cute. Okay. This is how we're gonna do things, I reckon. Wait, let's go like this. And like this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Boop. Whoop. Ooh, boy. Nice. Ah! I finally have her. My heart is so happy. Okay, so what? I needed 8 of these. So, hope I get one more. Bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Do I finally... Oh, wait, that's why I haven't leveled it up. LOL! I'm so lazy to do this. This is fine. She's so cute. I just wish I had a weapon that suited her aesthetically better. Oh. Put your weapon away. I want to see. Oh my god, she literally does throw it up. Fav? Yeah? I mean... Oh, wow, artifacts. I don't think it looks any better. Aesthetics. I'm talking about what it looks like. I don't think it looks any better. Why do I have so many? It's not a bad weapon to have if you need the ER, I guess. Also, did I teleport away? We're good. It has the twisty things. What, the Fav? I guess. Her burst is 80. Yeah. I mean, I'm using it in conjunction with Raiden. So, like, I don't know. Nana is fine. Nana actually recharges very quick. I have, like, shitty stuff on her at the moment. But I went just for straight HP build. I'll see how it goes, though. Maybe I'll try this weapon for a bit, and if it's not working out, then I'll give it a try. But this is literally, like, the first energy she's generated. I don't think I've taken her anywhere to do anything with her yet, so I'll have to see what it's like. But typically with my Raiden, things build the energy back very quickly. So we'll see. It's just for funsies, just for plays. You're gonna be enjoying your lurk? No worries. Need to take a nap? You need to take a nap before going to bed? Sleepy. Ronnie's a sleepy VB. Sweetest dreams, Ronnie. Take care of yourself. We'll see you when we see you. Be good, yeah? Ooh! Raiden! Leave some for the rest of us. What the fuck, man? She's actually got no chill. Let's go. Nice. Cool. So I just need to get a 2. Let me just TP away. I do need to continue with the fucking event though. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but I feel like, God Guys, how cute. How cute! Look at, she's holding Yugui in her hands. Ugh. The sticks are pretty fast as well. So cute. But if I get better stuff on her, like focus, like pieces actually for her, I think that'll be quite nice. Hooded! You're still here? How could you? How could you still be here? Go think about what you've done. Oops. Okay, this is gonna be the last one, and then we will... Oh, it's 2 minutes still. Then we will continue with the... we were doing that world quest. And then maybe after that we'll do the... event. Because I still need to fucking start that shit. I don't know if I'm missing out on things, but... How's it already hot plus 9? What the fuck? Alternatively, I don't know, we could play like Jackbox or something. I don't know if people would be down for that. I didn't post about it this week because I wasn't too sure with load shedding. I didn't want to make any promises and then not be able to stream. Whoops! Oh, I forget she's got so much health, it's fine. So cute. Throws the little radishes. Oh. Oh man. Easily one of the cutest characters they've released. Oi, 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 still a minute. What is this timer sometimes? All I want to do is build my yo-yo. Bam, bam, bada, bam, 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 bada, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bada, bam, bam, bada, bam. Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna. Hey! Disco Lee! Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to tonight? Playing Fortnite? Did you pew-pew all the bad guys? Wait, that game doesn't have bad guys. Did you win? Are you winning, son? Did you have a good time? That's the most important thing. That you had a good time. Hell yeah! I'm not very good with shooters. In that I don't understand them and I don't play them. So whenever someone comes and talks about pew-pew games, I'm just like, did you win? Did you shoot them? Did you shoot them in the butt? So yeah. Woo! Also, thank you, Joggin, for the shouty outy. But yeah, I'm doing good. We're just running around in Genshin. I don't know if you've ever played Genshin before. It's a pretty good game. I'm just at the moment building a character a little bit, not like intensely. Also, yes, Hooded. Today I learned there's a respawn timer. There is, Rich. There is. You know where this is? If you press F1 and you go to the enemies tab. My head's kind of in the way. But the enemies tab, and then I'm lazy, so I just switch it to bosses. And because I know my boss is at the bottom, I can just scroll there. But yeah, it'll tell you when the thing will spawn again. Hadong and Poloni, exactly, Papa T. Exactly, 100%. Remember that time we waited for the Geocube for like a year? What, the timer just felt like ages? Yeah, it does happen. Also, you played Genshin on your phone? That's madness. That's straight madness. I don't think I could. Oh! I mean, I have played on my phone. It's very difficult, though. Props to the people who do it. I could never. Woo! Pop off, Raiden! Show off! Oh wait, this is the other stage. Lol. I was like trying to attack the poor boy for no reason. Don't ask me what happened there, guys. Ah, almost got enough energy back. Heals, please. Can you go pick up the radishes? Oh, you can. Oh my god, that's adorable. That is so cute. Unfortunately, not for Xbox. Yeah. Yeah, I know they have it on the PlayStation. They have it on like mobile and tablet and stuff. I think it's quite tricky. I know some people who do play it on mobile. You list for KFC? It's 9:30 at night. I would advise against it. Because I've heard it's not good to eat so late at night. But yes, KFC would slap, man. You might end up getting a PS5 just for that. Just for Genshin? I don't know if I'd get a whole PlayStation 5 for Genshin. It's a good game. But definitely get it for other games as well. Do you normally play like the Pew Pew games, or are there lots of kinds of games that you enjoy? Yes and no. Your wife? Oh, your wife says it's okay, Puppetsy? Okay. If she says it's okay, then it's okay. Oh, I need these boys. Do I have spares? Jargon says it's okay. Well, that's the only permission you needed, right? Whoops. Is it these ones I need? I think so. Oh, you had a PlayStation before? Fair enough. So you're familiar with the kinds of games and things. Da 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 da. Ah, man, I grew up. Wait, what? I'm so confused by that number, but okay. You've owned all of the PlayStations besides the 5? Ah, I grew up... I borrowed someone else's PlayStation 1, but I used to have a PlayStation 2. And I played mostly like Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, that kind of stuff. I played some like fighting games and racing games, but that's only because my older sister wanted to play those. So I really enjoyed like the story games. And then... yeah, then they, you know, you had to grow with the consoles. So we had a PlayStation 3. I don't know about 4 though. But that Ratchet and Clank, that was like part of my childhood. That and it's a Dungeons and Dragons game. What is it called? Baldur's Gate. I played a lot of Baldur's Gate on PlayStation 2. That was one of my favorite games growing up. Ah, Crash. I think I must have played some Crash, but like it never stuck out that much for me. Like if I think like core memory of video games I played as a kid, definitely Ratchet and Clank. Oh, she's 36k now? What the heck? She hella scales on HP. That should yoinked. She's only level 70. Path of Neo? I never played that. Jak and Daxter. Hey! Spyro! So Spyro, I borrowed... G Scully, I can't remember where you're from. I'm from South Africa. And we had at like the... What would you call it? Like Blockbuster, I guess? We call it like the video store. And so I would rent games, essentially. And I... Oh, you're from the US? I don't know if you would have had this as well, but it was basically like... They used to have videotapes and then it moved on to DVDs, but ours also had video games and you'd rent games there. So I used to rent all kinds of things, and I remember playing Spyro. But I don't know if I ever finished it. I also played, and this was on the PlayStation 1, Abe's Oddworld. That was a billion years ago. Goddamn. Kingdom Hearts? Ah! Okay, so I really liked Aqua from Kingdom Hearts 3. In fact, I cosplayed her last year? Yeah, technically last year. And I've never actually played a Kingdom Hearts game, but I just really liked her design for the longest time. And I eventually just cosplayed her because I was like, fuck it, I love her, I'm gonna do it. Because damn, it's a long franchise to get into. And I asked, I was like, yo, can I just play one of these games by itself? And everyone was like, no! You have to start from the beginning. You have to play every single game. Otherwise, you're going to be so lost. And I was like, well, I guess I'm never playing it then. Ain't nobody got time for all that. Mostly because I have other shit that I need to do. But, you know. It's a beautiful game. And I think the story behind it's pretty cool. I just do not have the time. I can't invest that kind of time into playing an entire franchise. Birth by Sleep. Is that Kingdom Hearts 3? In the beginning. Goddamn. Exactly, in the beginning. To play it from the beginning. Woof. Another reason I want a PS5, Kingdom Hearts 4. There we go. I said don't buy it just for one game, but you know, if that's the one game that you're playing. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I know a lot of people are quite excited. Even though I won't play the game probably, I still follow the subreddit for Kingdom Hearts, just because I try and keep up with the news, like releases and stuff. I don't know why. My brain is just interested. It's like, oh, what's happening? What's happening in this fandom that I'm not actually a part of? I'm just watching from the outside. But yeah, I've heard it's an amazing series. People got mad love for that shit. For realsies, not for plays. Your main game will always be Pokemon? Oh, hell yeah! I've been playing a lot of Pokemon recently. And I shiny hunted myself and my boyfriend a shiny Flittle. So that was fun. This teeny tiny little thing. But yeah, I managed to get 2 in I think an hour. You sent a picture on Discord? You did? Oh, there it is. Dark Angel. Oh, I'm not familiar with that. Oh, they released a game? Was it like a TV show? Complete first season. It must be. It was a TV show. Okay. Oh, you were shiny hunting for your wife. You got her a shiny Lechonk? Oh man, Lechonk was actually my first shiny. I was so salty like the whole time because I would sit next to my boyfriend, he'd be playing, and he just walks into shinies. In the time it took me to get one shiny Flittle with my like fancy sandwich with an outbreak, you know, I got one shiny. He was just walking around and he just walked into 2 shinies. I was like, bro, please be serious. I'm the one who's shiny hunting here. But yes, my first, what is it called? Full odds? My first full odds shiny. Or my only full odds shiny. I got, what is the expression? Is it full odds? I can't remember. I never remember. Was Lechonk. And then I had to shiny hunt the rest. You've got 9. Oh my goodness. Hi, hamster. How are you? You got the, what is it, Palafin? Oh, it's called full odds. Okay. I always forget. And then I think I'm saying the wrong thing. My wife would slap me if I caught her shiny. She wants to catch her own. Yeah, you see. So I've had people offer me shinies because I was like, all my friends had gotten loads. And I was like, when is it my turn? And they're like, yeah, I have a spare one. I'm like, no, 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 no. I want to catch my own. But I traded a shiny Flittle for one of the shinies that my boyfriend found, which was a... Was it a Mudsdale? The little pony? She caught her own. You made the sandwich. Yeah. My boyfriend and I did the sandwich thing as well. You already beat the game? Ah, nice. I'm doing good, hamster. Alright, what did I say we're gonna do? Cause I think I'm not gonna, as much as I want to farm more for her, I'm not going to for now. She's fine as she is. I think what we do is just continue with this bad boy. You're just waiting for the DLC now? Or at least the home update? Is there any, like, is there any, like, date or... Do we know when there's gonna be an update? Hi, Hooded. Are you being good? February? Oh, okay, that's soon then. And is that for... like, DLC? I haven't actually... What are those? What are these? Hello? Guys, why have I seen absolutely no fucking spoilers for this update? That's wild. Look at this boy. This lad. This Chad. Spicy Electro boy. Say no. What are those? Huh. Interesting. I don't know if that's for home. Or just to get it ready for launch. I wonder. I'm very curious. I kind of just, let myself get surprised by these things. So, my boyfriend plays a lot of Pokemon games. And, oh, this is the underground one, right? I made the waypoint. That makes sense. He buys all of them basically. So every time there's been a release, we get both. I know I bought, what was it, Sword? But he's bought all the other ones, like both of them. So we all like play and then trade with each other. So that's quite a nice, if you have like a significant other to play Pokemon with, that's one of the best things, because then you can both play one version of the game and then share things. You got all of them for the Switch? Nice. Yeah, I think we're only missing one. It's the Let's Go Eevee game. We haven't got that one, but I think we've got all the other ones. We've got Snap, we've got the Pikachu one. Oh, we don't have Mystery Dungeon or Pokken. I don't know about those two. We've got the Let's Go Pikachu, Diamond and Pearl, Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet, There might be some... Oh, Arceus, Legends Arceus. Arceus, however you say it. What else was there? I need to play Snap, though. He keeps telling me to play Snap. He's like, you'll really enjoy it. It's really cute. Unite, we played for a little bit, but I don't think it was... Ooh, hello. I'll take that. I don't think it was... like, as much for us. Oh man, I played it like right in the beginning and then kind of forgot about it. I'm not gonna lie. Quest? I don't know Quest. So I guess we don't have all of them, but we have most of them. It's like the main games, the like, you know, when people say Pokemon, that's the game they think about. The like side games, not so much. Check the situation outside. Ugh. This is the worst timeline. You play all the Pokemon? Yeah, I can tell. Goddamn. I didn't even, like, because I only really know the main series. And I know my boyfriend's also got Snap. But other than that, I'm not too familiar with all the other games. Oh wait, Yao Yao can get me up there. Oops. Ah, what the heck, man? Yeah, boy has gone all the way. Imagine if I had Kazuha, I could just yoink up there. Well... So, maybe I can ask you a really hard question then, G Scully. Who's your favorite Pokemon? Do you have one favorite that rules above all else? Oh shit! There's shiny stuff outside! Aww. Let's go, beach! Lucario! He is a very cool Pokemon. And the shiny... I can't quite remember shiny Lucario. Is it yellow as well? I know Riolu is yellow. Very, very cute. Oh! It's not the character, I thought it was. Oh, he's also yellow? Yeah, I know Riolu's yellow. Yeah, I think my ER is not too bad on this team, to be honest. Oh, there's so much stuff everywhere. Yeah, definitely one of the nicer shinies. I feel like some of the shinies are really awful to try and hunt in like the open world, the ones that are really small. Like my boyfriend started like shiny hunting, what is it called? Tadbulb? He stopped very quickly. He was over it. He was like, oh hell no. That shit was ridiculous. I just watched him do it. I was like, oh. I definitely need to start with Raiden. Man, Uruguay is so cute. No more radishes. Actual radishes. Yeah, so some of the Pokemon are like so tiny. It's easy because the tail is red instead of orange. Yeah, but it's so fucking tiny that you have to like sit there and squint and be like, is this orange or is this red? The Flittle one was also a little bit annoying, but I found a spot in the desert where they spawned. Which meant that it was a lot easier to see the green. But if I had done it like in a field or whatever, I feel like it would have been really awful. So yeah, I was lucky because I just randomly had an outbreak in the desert and I was like, you know what? I'll fucking take it. Please and thank you. What else was... Oh, Slowpoke? His pink is like ever so slightly different. I considered farming it, but then I was like, how much do I hate myself? Where am I taking this little buddy? Is he gonna open the door for me? What else is a shit one? Oh, the Sprigatito one actually looks really cool. I mean, that's, you know, you're gonna have to hatch it, but... my boyfriend hatched a shiny... Fuecoco. Which looked very cool once he, like, fully evolved it. That, like, super bright pick. Ah! You guys are killing things too fast. Calm down. Oh, no! Mousehold? Oh, that one's awful. That one is one of the worst. My goodness. Is this teeny tiny, like, shade difference on their, like, pants and shirt? No ways. Listen, if anyone gets a shiny of that, congrats to them. They beat the game. Yeah, it's really bad. I don't think he had to hatch a lot of eggs either. I've heard some people, they did like over 1,000 eggs or something, and I'm just like, I don't know if I'd have the patience for that. It's a shade of yellow. Yeah, it's like ever so slightly more yellow than the original one. No, thank you. I've got myself... I'm pretty happy now because I farmed that Flittle or shiny hunted that Flittle. I now have a shiny Espatra that I can use in raid dens. So I think I'm fine for now. For eggs we need patience, yeah. And you need to have a TV show or movie or something going on in the background. You need something to keep you sane. Because that stuff can honestly be so boring. It's a little bit easier with, what is this? With egg hatches, because you don't have to, like, keep a close lookout. Oh, there's, like, tablets or something I need to find. Interesting. But when you're, like, actually when you're shiny hunting in the wild, then, you know, it's a little bit different. It's a bit more painful. Because you actually need to keep your peepers peeled, otherwise you're gonna miss something. Let's see. Oh, I should have just taken out Amber. You've gotten shinies while just wandering? Yeah, a lot of my boyfriend's shinies was just him walking around. He just casually walked into a shiny Azumarill. And then he like shows me and I'm like, can you stop? I was like, bro, enough. Enough is enough. You've had enough. You time travel a lot. I'm so lazy to do that. Cause I played a lot of Animal Crossing when it came out, and I didn't really do a lot of time traveling until I started like flower breeding. And then I got fed up with it very quickly. I was like, no, I do not want to do this anymore. So much like hard work. I think it's a bit less hard work with Pokemon. Oh, there's Snaky Boys. They dropped that mystery meat. Hey, Snaky. Whoops. He's so cute. The only bad thing, shinies you catch won't count. Wait, if you time travel, they don't count? Oh, that's interesting. I haven't done it, so I would need to... Well, I would need to have better shiny luck, first of all. My shiny luck's really terrible, so... But that's interesting, I didn't know that. I know you kind of get punished in Animal Crossing if you time travel and you have turnips. The turnips will go off. Hi, Smurf! You finished streaming, friend? Oh, you rated out already. Oh, shoot, okay. How you doing, friend? Did you have a good stream? You're done with that thing. What is that thing, Smurf? I was on the turnip exchange and everything back in the AC days. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The stalk exchange. The stalk exchange, because it was a turnip stalk. 10 out of 10, man. That shit was funny. I basically made my profits and then stopped. I got like the last achievement and then I was done. I was like, goodbye. Thank you, Yoda, for the shouty outies. Ah, my shoulder. This has been a tough challenge week. Need the weekend to chill. Hell yeah! I'm doing good though, homie. Sorry, I just needed to stretch my leggies for a second. I'm just busy with the story in Genshin. I need to go fight a boss to see what this is like, damage-wise, properly. And to see more bunnies. Oh, he's so cute! Full-time gay. Blessed. Full-time musician, full-time gay, full-time disaster. Only the best, though. This is definitely overkill, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh my god. Sucrose was like, nah, son. Kills everything. Also, Rich, do you know if Mama's ever tried to play this game? I need to get more people to the Genshin side. Join the Genshin cult. Uh-oh. Oh wait, I was like, what character is this? It's just Sucrose, just big slapper Sucrose, you know. Full time in my field at the moment. That silly Chi-Chi video has got 1.6k views in a few hours. Shame, man. Yeah, I've gotten my fair amount of Chi-Chis. Where am I sitting now? I'm on C2, but I know I definitely got these 2 cons before I got Itos in the past. So, yeah, I feel you. I feel you, man. You have no idea if she's tried it? Maybe I must just ask her. It's just like, it's a little bit of a speed bump, people getting into it in the beginning. Also, Yoda, how are you doing today, friend? Are you going to be streaming today? The only normal banner 5-star missing now is Tainari. Oh, man. He's so much fun, actually. If you have, like, a team where you, like, quick swap things. Uh-oh. Noise. A little bit scuffed, but it's okay. Ah, there's a little baby. Yeah, Tsunari's quite a fun character, I think. I mean, I haven't played him in a while. But, if you have, I guess someone like Raiden, I think he would work well with Raiden, because you just throw out the shit and then you immediately swap back to Raiden. Do big slapper. Yeah, he kind of like blows his load and then disappears. He's like, okay, I'm done now. Oh, hello. What was that? Uh-oh. One of the reasons I love Yao Yao, because you can just throw her bunny and go back to Raiden. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like that for any of the other, like, the Pokemon trainers. Because there's a lot of characters like that now who summon things. And that's how I play all of them. Is this a genie? Oh, that makes sense. Jin. Anyway, Official, Xiangling, not Ito though. Ito stays on field for me. Kale. Who else throws stuff out? I can't think of anyone else right now. Amber. I don't play Amber, but all of those characters, you just throw something out and you fuck off. You gone. Back to the next character. You know? Yao Yao and Miko? Yes. Yeah, actually. Well, I mean, that's the team that I want to play. So it's going to be Yao Yao, Raiden, Nahida, Yai Miko. Which is honestly overkill in many ways. But fuck it, it's fun. So that's what I'm going to play. Where fucking we ride? We destroy. Whoa! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, chicken wing. Hey, 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 Momo! Chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. Let's do quick shouty outies. Bam, ba 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 ba. Mo 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 mo. What were you up to today? Oh shit, Momo, you were playing Genshin? What you up to in Genshin at the moment? What? Thank you, Yoda. There we go. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Thank you all so much for coming through on that raid. I hope you guys had fun with Momo. Welcome, welcome. Red Empress is here. Mad Maestro. Ring of Wagner. Hello, hello. G-Max doesn't love you anymore? Why do you say that? He did all the shouty outies for you, Momo. Your wife? You and your wife jammed hard? What were you... Do I want to ask what you were doing, Papa? Do I want to ask what you and Mama were up to? You must be a princess in exile. Lilipa! What? I'm so confused. You got Ham before him? Oh no, how could you? What is going on here? Yoda, were you starting fights with Momo? Oh my goodness, why has one of them got blood on it? That is violent, Momo. Jeez. Woof. Also, Yoda, did you also get Chi-Chi'd? Oh no, wait, you got Kiching. No? What, that was someone else. Oh, Lily got Kiching. You gotta get some rest. Of course, Hooded. Take care of yourself. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Welcome, Jargon. Welcome, Raider. Night-night! Night-night. Sweet dreams. You haven't gotten a 5-star yet? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, you did say you only had like 30 wishes or something. Oi, oi, oi. Also, I haven't been following the story at all. Whoops. I've just been chatting shit, as always. Genshin has no story? Oh, okay. Perfect. Stepping away for Dindins? 10 o'clock at night, Dindin Smurf. Enjoy. I hope it's super tasty. Who even plays Genshin? Ew! What were you up to tonight, Momo? You said you had a great time. Is Paimon a pest? I do agree with that. I was like, I don't know if I know you well enough for you to just randomly drop that. Smurf. mean, listen, why did you autocorrect Craig to that anyway? It did that for a reason! It autocorrected that way for a reason, man! I'm just saying! When I first saw the message, I was just like, oh, whoa! Okay, then. Oh, man. You got played by Auto Cucumber. Eat your foods and get a drink because you're thirsty. You're thirsty as fuck, man. Get out of here. Uh... I can't stop laughing. Ow. Thank you for the onigiris. Immediately going for my UID. So, please. I'm not gonna get my primos if you cover my UID. Chotto mate. Is it good now? Yeah, we're good. It wouldn't have if it weren't for your big head. It's a big head full of great ideas. What are you talking about? Yoda, did you see the typo? You place the magic bottle next to your ear. You hear a soft chuckle, and then someone whispers something of unspeakable elegance and gentleness into that ear. You are told of things as unknowable as the night wind, but you understand every last word nonetheless. Then the voice fades, and you feel something cold on your auricle. What the fuck is an auricle? Like a viper's kiss? Where am I getting kissed by this viper? Wait, I need to Google this. The fuck is this? Part of your ear? Part of your ear? What an odd word to use. The externally visible cartilaginous structure of the external ear, small conical pouch, projecting from the upper anterior part of... What the f... Of the heart? Okay, I don't think they're talking about the heart. I think they're referring to the ear. Why we got two parts of the body with the same name? What the fuck? In any case, I got someone whispering sweet nothings into my ear is what they're saying here. Got someone whispering sweet nothings into my ear. Was wondering why you were laughing so much? Oh man, it was so funny. Fuck. 'Unfortunately, yes. Don't know, don't care. Aw, she's jelly. What does that even mean? I agree, Paimon. What does that even mean? Lilupar can increase visibility within sandstorms and can predict the coming of such weather. Okay. So do I have to equip it? Is it a gadget? Okay. Spoiler. You gonna raid and lurk? You gonna... Yeah, of course, Momo. Of course, of course. Get out of here. Go chill. In this random chest just sitting here, there's gonna be a red thing around it. Oh? Bamboozled. Oh, it's because it wasn't an interesting chest. Okay, that's fine. Okay, where's your friend, though? Oh, is it over there? Oh, these are the ones you can't change? Just gonna fix some things.
Got him!
Hey, yo! Thank you! Oh, gift sub for Momo. What are you fixing, though? What?
Got him!
Hey! Thank you for the gift subby to Smurf. If you guys are still here, please be sure to thank Jargon. Oh, it unlocked this thing. Cool. That's one. I'm guessing there's a couple others.
Got him!
Hey! Momo! You're supposed to be gone. Get out of here. Go, 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 Momo! But thank you for thanking Jargon, which sounds like a weird sentence. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, and there's one for Red Empress as well. Thank you. You literally told me to... Yeah, but I didn't think you were still here. I just meant, like, if you were here. Oh my god. One for Rich as well. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes, guys. Is this guy breakdancing?
Got him!
One for G Scully as well. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes, peepos. Make good use of them. Thank you for the Lucky's Papa T. I didn't see what you said earlier if you mentioned what you and Mama were jamming. But I also wasn't sure if I wanted to know, if I wanted the details on the matter. Get out of here, Momo! Don't make me pull the T word out. Wonder if there's something in the tree. Oh, I'm supposed to be going that way. Let's not go that way. Nah, not really. What? Whoa! Shit. Long legs. Let's go. Man! They got us doing some crazy shit for chests these days. Wait. And it's only crazy shit because apparently I can't do it. Okay, we're good. We're good! I did it! Oh, is there gonna be stuff coming out of this chest? No, thank God. Okay. Hoyoverse doesn't, in fact, hate us. So this is like that other tree, but it's dead. Can I go up? Can I go to the... No, apparently not. A common chest for all that effort. A common chest, and all it gave me was 2 primos. I don't think I even got actual loot out of it. I don't remember now, but you know. That said, I did need... Okay, my body's blocking it, but I do need 2 more primos to buy another wish. I'm at 160 now though, so I think I should be fine. What is this one? Oh, these guys. Yeah, that's the one I changed. Okay. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. How do I know which one? Okay, so... I guess I just cycle through this one. There we go. Radio then. The place where you pick up the Sanieta from the top of the Tower of Rocks in Mondstadt. It gives an exquisite chest. Oh, yeah. I think they were like, oh shit, we need to stop giving them so much. Now it's basically clear an abyss floor, have a common chest. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that. Like, because the rewards for the abyss used to be much higher. They halved it. For whatever reason, they thought that was a great idea. Oh, well at least this one was a nice chest. Let's go! That was a lot better. Oh, I got achievements as well. Oh shit, I got 3! Make the damaged chessboard re-emerge. Huh? Is there a new set of... No. I wanted to just check. Oh, only 52? Okay, we'll go back there in a little bit. I just want to do a little bit of a run around first. I feel like you don't really benefit from really being able to try out the dendro element, because they're like, oh yeah, you need animo to blow away the sand piles and you need pyro for half the puzzles, and just feels like they're bullying me to play old characters. Be like, yes, you cannot progress without this element. Like, thanks guys. Did not want to play my aggro comp at all. Ooh, hello. Spin crystals everywhere. You hate changing characters, like swapping out on a team? Yeah. It's just makes my hands feel very full. It wastes time, it takes a long time. You have to, well, as a person who has no attention span, you have to focus on what you're doing. And I'm just like, nah, ain't about that life. Need quick team swaps, definitely. Ray complains about it all the time because Tower of Fantasy had a much better way of swapping out teams, swapping out characters. Oh yeah, actually, now that we're here, we might as well do this bad boy because I always forget to do this. But yeah, swapping out characters can be very time consuming. And because I'm forgetful, I'll start doing it and then be like, wait, what was I doing? Just wasting everyone's time. Actually, hold on. I wanted to... Let's try with Sunnies. Hold on. Oh wait, you can't? Or is it already the other thing? I want to try with the Sunnies. See what it gives me. Okay. Loads of talent books and materials. That's cool. Use Deluxe level up. Why? What is it? Useless garbage. Him or the level up material? Thing is, like, he's been level 90 since forever, so... The only thing would be like this. And I would just level this to annoy you, so... But look, look, look! It's your girly! Yo, yo! Oh yeah, wait, I can do this again, hey?
Got it!
Hey, yo! Thank you! That was for Noir. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still building her at the moment. I'm taking it easy. I'm taking it slow, but so far she's just so fucking cute. Ugh! And a bunny. Look at him. He looks so happy. I would die for you, Agree. Just gonna throw that out there. Easily would die for him. I am not reading any of that out loud, okay? Some might call him Jar God Puppety. Who calls you that actually? Someone specifically calls you that. Oh, it's Ox! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, Jet's mad with me? Oh, man. I love her. Spicy bitch. Who's this guy? She is definitely jealous of the bottle. Are you taking sugar daddy applications? Oh man, I actually got a DM on Instagram a while ago. Some guy was like, do you want to be my sugar baby? And I was just like, what the fuck? It's gotta be a scam, right? People don't just do that. That's not a thing. Shoot your shot. Singing girls. Can you send me his username? It's for a friend. I will. Let me message him first and be like, hey, you still looking for a sugar baby? Sorry guys, just chatting to Ray. He's just popping out quick. And he had to open the door for Sky in case he needs anything. Dudes are weird. Yeah, they definitely can be. He can pay for your France trip. You going to France? You going without me? How could you? Worst son EU. Woof! I'm not reading anything else you've said there. This is fine. Whoops! What did I click on? Whoa! Too much text. Oh? Ah, yes. Stone. Whoa! Oh my god. Clearance! We have clearance, guys! We have full What? That sounds like an... No more clearance. Did you ever finish all of yours, Dragon? Oh my god. Oh wait, I came from that direction, didn't I? Or did I came from this direction, but there's a CD down here. No, I came from the other direction. I'm supposed to be going this way. We're good. You haven't even started yet? Oh man. I'm already sad for you. Thank you for the onigiri and the balloons, Yoda. Thank you. Elemental sites?
Oh. Ah. This is fine.
That's weird. Whoa! Hello, my dog. Hi. Hello, sweet boy. You just realized the door's open. Where's Dad?
Got him!
Hey! Hey! Thank you for the gift, Sophie, to Bubble. Sky boy, what do you want? Say hi. Say hello. Bark. Make bark. Make bark, Lulu. Ow. Hello, sweetheart. You got all the waypoints? Nice. The underground can suck a fuck. Truly it can. You've seen the unexplored void. Hello, sweet boy. Hello, my darling. I don't have anything for you, unfortunately. No. Guys, I might have to go fetch him a biscuit. Oh, he heard the B word. Okay, I'll be back, guys. Sorry. You want B word? You want Vicky? That was a yes. Okay, be right back. Get out of here.
人がいるの？仙人はどこにでもいるじゃない。
He's such an uber poober, that dog. So, there's these other chewy things that I give him sometimes. So this time when I gave it to him, I like held onto it and made him bite a piece off. And then I gave it to him the second time and he was confused why I wasn't pulling back. Anyway. What am I supposed to do with my elemental sight? Oh, hello. I'll take that. Whoa! Thank you for the onigiris. You better behave yourself. Okay, we're good. Whoa, look at the crocs down there. What a nice feeling to hear those bloops again. Of like, you know, you found something. Or there's like something in the vicinity. Feels good, man. Hello, you're back. You're a Yao Yao main? How did you build yours? Hello, sweet boy. Do you want to lay down? Hmm? What's wrong? Hey, lollipops. Lollipoops. Stinky boy. Hey? What's wrong? Hey, old man. Lay down, my baby. No. We don't got snacks here. What's up? Hmm? I don't have anything. He's like staring at my hands like, what have you got for me? I need food. Healbot and battery? I mean, that's fair, actually. Mine has got like some scuffed pieces on. So I've got tenacity, 4-piece. Black tassel. Oh, you're using Favonius? Oh, mine also has awful stats. Like, no jokes. 116 ER, 150 EM. She got 36k HP though, so that's okay. I think my highest is Kokomi. She's 43. So I think 36 is not bad for a level 70 character. She's still got some refining to do. Oh. There's torches there. Interesting. Where would the other ones be? Up? Whoa! Whoopsie. Even at C0, Yao Yao was great. Yeah, actually, Ray was saying that some I don't know, I guess content creator or some YouTube video or something said that Yao Yao's definitely one of the better 4-stars that's been released recently because she's actually really good at C0. She's like, obviously she becomes better with cons, but you don't need cons to play her. Not like Miku-chan, you know. Is that a Gamma Pop? That's very cute, Yoda. We love Gamma-chama. I keep forgetting she's a polearm character, though. Fuck Farazan cons. I agree. Cowboy. Guys, I actually just want to go check on him quickly. He's like bugging me a lot, so I just want to see if he's okay. I think he's just abusing my kindness, to be honest. I don't think he needed anything. But I refilled his water bowl. And gave him a bicky. Whoa, there's a new... Aww. They're so cute. And she's so pretty. Whoa. Aramite Floral Ring Dancer. Oh my god, that's super pretty. Leveling characters is expensive. I'm basically at 0 Mora after talent level 9s. Yeah. I think it's like after like 7 or 8, it just gets like really fucking expensive really fast. I think talent's definitely one of the most expensive things. But I think also just leveling your character can be quite pricey. We don't always notice. And then if you don't have a weapon for them as well, leveling the weapon. Oh shit, we fighting? $700k? It is! And it's, yeah, 450. I think it's 270 from 7 to 8 though. Oh hey, I forgot to finish this one. Common chest. And of course the stuff gets thrown everywhere. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it just get thrown to the wind? You have to save a bit for Dia. It's going to be a long hiatus on new characters. Oh yeah. Yeah, I I'm not having too much of an issue with Mora. I think it regens pretty quickly. Because we get at level 60, all of our Mora is like from levels more than anything else, so you don't really need to farm it. It just goes up and down by itself. Oh, I'm missing one. Oh, it's in here somewhere. Whoa, there's a bunch in here. Oh, is this where I needed to be coming? Ah.
怖くない怖くない全部丸見えね
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need some ER on her. I think it's okay for now, though. Basically, we're fighting bad guys, is what they said. Man, this place is huge. Goddamn. Okay. Whoa. Barrels! Damn it. This shooter. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh. Rest in pieces of mysterious meat. No loot? You have to shin him by your waiting club. So Noah, I don't know if you've seen any news on that, but someone was like, no, Eula's coming out, not thingy, and I was like, bruh. Don't wound me like that, please. My mental state is very fragile right now. It's been over a year. Oh, that was you little fuck! Get out of here. As we say in South Africa, futsak. Motherfucker. Fucking Eula? No one wants to play Eula! No, I'm joking. I'm sure there's some people who want to play Eula. But at the same time, fuck that shit, man. It's been well over a year. It was a year last year, I think. Someone posted the dates and I was like, no ways has it been that long. Eula Albedo. We literally just had Albedo. Tell him to go home. No, he's cute though. He can stay. But still. Okay, I'm mad. Dea Sino Eula. So who knows? Oh my god. Cryo banner? Hello? Hello? Please? Cryo banner? Because then it's gonna have Mika on it as well, and Mika's a good boy. My brain keeps wanting to say Miku, and I'm like, no, that was Farazan. We've already got Miku. So no one really knows. So basically, I'm just not spending anything until I know with some certainty what's happening. Because I know I need to save. I need to save for... It's a weird rope. I need to save for Shenhe and Baiju, so... I'm not fucking around, because I don't want to find out, to be honest. You love Kagamine. Now we're just waiting for his sister. Kaya can be our stand-in, Kaito. Yaimiko can be, Luca. Kale is our Gumi. Then we just need Gakpo as well, actually. Then we're sorted. The whole gang's here. Oh? Whoa? Hi, guys. You about to hit a chibi? Unbelievable. I keep forgetting they don't drop any loot. Anyway. Yeah, I think, I think it's really hard to say. Because I think even Eula hasn't had a banner in a long time. So maybe that's where the confusion's coming. They're trying to guess, like, based on the story of, like, where we are in the game. And also, when last did a character have a banner? Did Eula ever have a rerun? I can't remember. I was never interested in her because she just does physical damage. So I just never looked. Like, didn't even look at her. Hugely speculated, yeah. Like the Kazuha shenanigans last year. Oh my god. Oh. Don't mind if I do. But now wait a second, because there's another one here somewhere. This one also on the wall? Oh. It's probably part speculation. Bro. Can I help you? Do you want to fucking go? Do you want to go? Fuck yeah. Oh, that guy actually dropped loot. Cool. The claymore isn't good for Eula. Isn't good for Eula. Oh yeah, I did actually hear about the claymore. Was it on Reddit maybe? People were talking about it? Uh-oh. Ah, sneaky! This is the one I needed, the gate. It's a mastery claymore. Oh my god, if Kave is a fucking claymore character, oh my god, I'm so excited. I really want him as well. Okay, well, I say that. I want all the Dendro characters. But him especially, because he's a sassy little motherfucker. My roommates, I'll get him his roommate eventually, but I just love him. Bolter Pro! How you feeling, homie? I heard you're not feeling so Gucci. Thank you for the onigiris, though. I hope you washed your hands before you made that. Home slizzle, home slice! Woo! Whoops! I fucking yeeted you, okay. Goodbye, buddy. Rup. Rest in peepos. Ah! You bastard. Oh! Man's just casually reset himself. Cool. You don't ship them? You don't have to ship them, boo-boo. They're roommates. They are roommates. Because it's canon. Yes. He seems very small to be a Claymore character, though. But that said, we have, like, Sayu and Dory, so... Who am I to judge? They were roommates. Literally, though. Let's see. Doesn't every region have a ship? Definitely, yeah. Even if it's like a crack ship, if it's a fan ship, if it's something heavily implied by Mihoyo ship, there's loads of those. Can't tell me Beiguang is not like canon. All the shit that Hoyoverse is giving us. Jogging. Ayato and Toma? I don't know how I feel about that one, to be honest. Bro, where are you going? Besides the wrong fucking way. What an idiot. Now both you and your friend are dead. This is your fault. Y'all could have died together, but you ran away. They'd be unstoppable together? I mean, I guess. Why not? Doesn't hurt me. People ship them, you know. Nice. Oh? What was that flipping? Was there something up there? Yaya and Raiden? Yeah. That's another one where it's like... It's canon. They're stuck at the hip. They're besties. She's warning me? Is that a threat? Oh! That's not what I wanted to. What the fuck? The perfect sandstorm? I don't know what I did to get that achievement, but you know, this is cool, I guess. Wait, there's an achievement somewhere else? Oh shit. Oh shit, there is another one! Ah! Is this the Perma one? Kai! Hello! How are you? How's the weather treating you? Because Johannesburg is hot as fucking balls. It is warm. Ugh. It's disgusting at the moment, actually. It's really bad. Well and truly awful weather. Thank you, Yoda, for the shouty outy. Also, it's my channel. So, ooh, what is that? It's my channel, so if I want you to be shouty outy, it's gonna happen. You can't fight it. I make the rules. I literally make the rules here. Ah! Ah! Nut? Why nut? Why are you nut in my chat? I'm doing good. Besides the, like, overly warmness. We vibing. We straight vibing. What is this little fuck? Whoa! Oh, that's the Slinky Dinky boy. We nuts? Oh, you can't attack it here? Interesting. It's supposed to be cooler. Oh no, really? Fuck. I was always under the impression, and I don't know if it's because I was in Cape Town during a colder month, but like, I was always under the impression that it's much cooler there than Johannesburg, so maybe I'm very wrong. In which case I cry. But I think it is generally cooler, it's just like there's the humidity that can be a bit of a pain. I cannot fucking wait to move, holy shit. I'm gonna miss the people here, but at the same time, I'm not gonna miss where I'm living. Jesus, the fucking electricity situation here is so bad. My neighbors, drive me insane. Not all of them, obviously. Select neighbors. Wait, what? Character is down? Then let me res her. What do you mean? Huh? How am I supposed to raise her? That was weird. Oh, I'm babies. Oh, hello. Ray just made me poop myself. Oh, she can't replace active character. Thank you, Dragon. Yeah, I'll be moving to Cape Town in May. End of May. We haven't had any luck with finding places yet, though, because we're getting ghosted by a lot of real estate agents. We haven't looked recently because we just got fed up with it. Because we were just, yeah, not getting responses about anything. When is Ray makeup stream? What do you mean, Noah? Make it make sense. What? It's 11 o'clock? Oh, guys, I'm so annoyed. I wasn't expecting this, but apparently I have load shedding at midnight. Like, I literally... I'm so annoyed now. What the fuck? I had no idea. Because it technically counts as tomorrow, right? And that makes sense. But it means I'll have to skedoodle. Just before midnight. I was gonna see if I could stream a bit longer. But I guess not. Bring on one stream and do his makeup. Listen, Noah, he would rather die than 1, be on stream, or 2, have his makeup done. Oh, my UID is... Who did that? Who am I banning? Okay, close your eyes, everyone. You're seeing nothing. My head is not a broom. Hey! Dan! I ban you. Easy. Easy game, easy life. Easy ban, easy life. Okay. Yoda ignored my hi. Yoda, you're not talking to Dan? What did he do to you? I feel like a few places will open up in Cape Town from Feb. Oh yeah? End of financial year? Ah, that's actually... Thank you, Kai. That's actually really useful. Yeah, that's good to know, actually. Thank you. I'll let Ray know. Sorry, Dan. Oh, no! Yoda Wholesome Bean. You can't be mad at Yoda. Yoda's Wholesome Bean. Soft Bean. You're in and out today? It's all good, homie. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. You didn't answer me when I asked you earlier if you're gonna stream today, Yoda. Unless you did and I just didn't see your response, in which case apologies. Thank you for the shouty outies. For the homies. I play games mostly. What do you do the rest of the time, Dan? I'm asking for a friend. Sleep? So what you mean to say when I ask you if you're working hard or hardly working is that you do in fact hardly work? Tired? You got a big thing tomorrow? Ooh, that's exciting, friend. I hope whatever the big thing is that it goes well. Dodge the wee nut. Wee nut? Wee nut. Wee nut tonight. Man, I want an emote of a wee nut. You know, I spoke about it. Oh no, I've forgotten. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible friend. I understand if you never want to speak to me again, Yoda. My brain is a moron. That's a mood. Actually, wait, I want to check. I'm kind of scared to Google this, but I'm also curious. Can I find a wee nut emote? Or do I need to make puppy eyes at someone to make it happen? Oh, Kitty's streaming. That's good to know. Wee nut. Genshin. Emote. I think it's too soon. It's too fast. It's too, like, recent. But how funny would that be if everyone just writes wee nut in the chat? And then it's just this little thing bobbing up and down. Wee nut tunnels? Okay, no. I'm seeing spoilers. Let me just close this. Too fast? Got a blast. I'm very getting distracted from what I was supposed to be doing. But it's okay. There's shiny things in front of me. So I'm going to go click on all the shiny things. Oh! Okay, I know what it is now. Is that happening tomorrow, Yoda? I don't think I'm doing fuck all tomorrow. I was there. I was there for that conversation. Where am I going? It just says time remaining. Am I opening a chest? Am I smacking? Oh, there's the chest. Okay, we're good. We figured it out, y'all. Am I being proposed to? I don't know. Are you? By Yoda? That's a bird. No pluggies. Wait, what? No pluggy. No pluggies for you. I'm not allowed to plug you. Is that what you're saying? Hi, guy. Yeah, boy. Let's go. Whoa. Okay. That was very anticlimactic. I thought it had more HP than that. Banning Yoda. I have to have dinner for Chinese New Year tomorrow. Oh yeah, is the actual day tomorrow? What day is it today? Is it 20th? Is it the 21st or is it's the 22nd, isn't it? It's technically Sunday, yeah. I already wished one of my students, but I think I need to wish my other ones. Oh, what is this swirly whirly hell that we're going towards? Oh? No? Can't go in there? Okay, well maybe I didn't actually want to go in there anyway. I joked, I want to go in there. Let me in! Motherfucker. But also jargon. Whoa. Weren't you? Whoa. I'm going this way with it? Where am I taking it though? Am I taking it there? Like so? Whoa. Rest in pieces, I guess. Hi, Panda! There's a desert in Sumeru. I hate to break it to you, but yes, we're technically in the second part of the desert now. A very large part of Sumeru is desert, in fact. But how you doing, Panda? How's your studies going? Are you working hard, hardly working? Are you learning all the things there is to be learned? Whoop, 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 whoop. Ow! Also, they released Yao Yao finally! Look how cute she is! I'm in combat or something. I just don't know what yet. Oh! It's a guy down there. Cool, I'm so glad. And a guy up there! Wow! Thanks, guys. And she has a tiny itty bitty Uruguay that she throws out to little bunny. Bunny-chan! Hooded would fight with me. It's technically Usagi-chan, but I like the way Japanese people say bunny. Bunny. Bunny-chan. Thank you for the onigiris. Are you covering my UID again? You want me not to get any primos, Yoda? Everyone, close your eyes. No looking. No looking. None of you. Yeah? No looking. What? Cupcake, what the fuck? What's a Yao? A Yao Yao's... No, guys, what the fuck? This is Yao Yao. Look at her. This is adorable. She's a little baby. Build an onigiri pyramid. I did actually, like, clump it all together on the one side of my body before. Or, like, my head, rather. Look at you little shits. Unbelievable. You can look at my UID. Just don't perceive me moving the onigiri out the way. It's like when you burn your hand twice in a row. Oh my god. Look, look, look. Panda. Working hard and sometimes hardly working. I love asking people that. Anyway, this is the forest. This was the first part of the desert. And this is now the second part. So we've got the chasm, but desert now, so it's just much larger by the looks of it. Spoiler alert! That's where we are now, that's what we're doing. I say, getting very distracted. Dan! You little nonsense. Woke up and chose violence this morning. You only have the city unlocked? Sorry. You have a lot of catching up to do then, I think. A common chest for all of that? What the fuck? Panda! What's with the abuse? You just got here and you're like, ah yes. Throw things at Tato's face. It's okay. I don't have feelings anymore because you guys beat me over the head so much. You're out like a scout. No worries, Puppety. Whoa! We nuts! Take care of yourself, Puppety. Have a lovely evening. For you and Mama as well. All the loves. Abusing the streamer is your favorite pastime? I can tell. Kai needs to get a restraining order on me. Make sure the brain works to throw things at your head. Is it like a reset? Like when your computer's not working because of maintenance, you just whack it and hope it like comes right. Hey! I did not think that Hilly Troll was gonna come to life. Cool. What? PC slow. Twack, twack. Not slow anymore. Asian PC. I mean, I don't know if that's just Asian, to be fair. Because I know I definitely did that when I was younger. Computer made weird noise. Whack it until it stops making the noise. I don't know how that thing survived for as long as it did. Well and truly. That shit was sturdy as fuck. These days you look at your PC funny and it falls apart. Oh! Carrots? Desert carrots. I need to keep an eye on the time. Fuck, man. Thank you for the onigiris. I see you're trying your best to cause trouble. Also, Smurf, how was your dinner? I hope you're no longer feeling thirsty. I mean hungry. I said Asian because our solution to everything is swag fack. Kid not working on— No! Panda! Kid not eating too much. Just bash it. Smurf. You are still up? Yes? Should I not be? Question mark? My power's going off at like 12, so I might as well fucking be here while I can. Food was good? Fantastic. Are all your commissions right next to each other? They're very close to each other, Noah. There's the 3 there. That's the closest I've ever had, I think. And the other one's like in the city. But I've been doing dailies in Ray's world, so I haven't done a daily in my own world in a while. Because I want that sweet, sweet XP. That friendship XP. Because you know I'm all about the name cards. That's my end game in Genshin, is name cards. XPZ ain't easy being cheesy. Yeah, because I don't really have a lot of characters to level friendship. I'm literally just finishing off Farazan, and then once Farazan's done, then I just have Yao Yao. So, this, like, issue of being, like, an older player and not having, like, any characters to level friendship. To be fair, I was going Hanzo's. Like, it's something that I was working towards. That's why. My god! Where did all these onigiri come from? Older player? Oh my god. Shut up. Can't believe you said that. Wait, why is my Nana dead? What happened there? Y'all saw nothing. And this guy? I don't know if Yugwe is gonna hit that. Can he hit it? Oh no, he's throwing it on top. Oh, that's cute. He can't get in there. A potato? Onigiri, rise up. Ride up. Watch yourself. So I have, of the characters that I do have, I think I have all of the name cards except 2. Which is obviously Farazan. I have her, and then I have Yao Yao. She's just been released though, so I don't have her stuff. But all of the other characters I don't have. Klee, Venti, Ganyu, Albedo, Yula, Kazuha, Yoimiya, Shina, Yelan, Sino, Candace, Nilo, Layla, Wanderer. That's a lot of characters I don't have. Jenna's one's so pretty, it is. It's that thing that she has in her hair, that comb. Oh my god, it's called comb, dumbass. Anyway. Do you see how cute the Yao Yao one is though? It's just Uruguay over and over again. Fuck. The cutest one for me though, I don't know if it'll ever change, but I fucking love Cole's one. And there's another one that does this as well. But if you use this one, it gives you like little ears. Oh wait, you can't see it because of the chat. Hold on. There. Your little icon has little ears. Is there another one that does that? Is it Sayu's? Who was it? There was someone else's that did that as well. Yes, it's Sayu's. Look, you got her little hood. I'm like, why can't they do that with all of the characters? What the fuck? Look how cute that shit is. It's adorable. So Sayu's. This actually suits me very well. Because I'm also a Tanuki, technically. My VTuber is Tanuki. Do you see my little leaf on my head? But I also like the color green, so I've got options. But we're sticking with Nanas at the moment. Until we get this one, and then I'm never changing off this one. Ain't nothing cuter. Did you bonk me on the head? Cover my UID. Hello? Excuse me? Can I help you? Motherfuckers? Can I fucking help you? The audacity. On a Friday, no less. On a Friday! Oh, did I just yoinked? Oh, I almost yoinked them out of existence. Shoot. Shoot. Give me that as a free audacity, please. Because of the nonsense I had to put up with today. We fought bosses today, therefore it's an audacity day. That one went straight to the side there. Okay. We're gonna have just a little tower over here. If I move my head at all, they just jiggle around. I'm gonna leave it like that for the rest of the stream. Me playing a game? You need to see it? Nah, I think not. I think this is fine. Whoa! Cupcake! You starting shit, sir. So early in the evening, you starting shit. Unbelievable. Fucking believable. Actually, no. It's completely believable. It's completely believable. I still owe other people their visions. Ooh, there's lots of friends here. And those idiots. Whoa. Imagine being so dumb. Whoa, what the fuck happened there? Ah, what the... Bro, relax. I was trying to see if you could cancel abilities. You can't. What vision do you think I'd get and what weapon? Oh my god. You guys. Cupcake! I'll ban you. Let me get to the waypoint and then we'll do visions. Not someone trying to break into our yard while we're wanting to go to sleep. What the fuck? Are you okay, Momo? What the hell? Momo's back, but not for a good reason. You're okay? Okay, that's all that matters, really. But what the fuck? Hashtag South African things. Random people trying to break into your house. Alright. So, I did owe a couple people. I just want to make a note. God damn it! Cupcake! Look at this nonsense you've caused over there. Unbelievable. I will have to, I think what I'll do is I'll go over it again another time. There's 3 points. Yeah, you've completely obscured my UID at this point. Hey! And then Noah said he wanted one as well, right? Is your name Bubblegum? Are you on my server actually, Noah? I actually don't know what your name would be if you were. Unbelievable! Wait! Aha! I caught it! I caught that one. Oh! Thank you. Oh, I see now. I was like, I went through all your other names. And I was like, no, wait a second. Okay, so earlier we spoke about Cupcake. Cupcake got given Dendro. So Chotto mate. This is fine. Alright, we spoke about Cupcake. Do we get to choose our weapons, or you give weapons? So honestly, I would say you get to choose your weapon. I wouldn't necessarily assign a weapon, because I feel like that's a choice that a person would make themselves. This is normal? Yeah, of course. This is very normal. Because it's like whatever you're skilled in, basically. But like the vision is determined by, you know, by Celestia. Okay, so the next person on the list was Ducky. That's an IRL friend of mine, cosplay friend. So I want to say giant VTuber brooms are normal. Of course, when one must sweep up the onigiris, one must use one's head, no? Very, very, very normal, very daily activity, sweeping the onigiris with your head. Hey! Dan! Motherfucker. Anyway. Ducky. I want to say, and this is maybe a very niche one. You're gonna try VTuber Kid? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! There's too few? It's maybe because I'm just smooshing them all together. But what if we... Where's the button? I have a button somewhere. Like this one. There we go. Is it just... Can I just press this? Because I know that Genshin's kind of like a needy girlfriend. So like my hotkey, like hotkeys just don't work on anything if you have Genshin open. Alright, so for Ducky, this is maybe going to be a very niche thing. Because of characters like Sucrose, Jean, and now a very recent addition, Farazan.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, llama. Kitty balls? No, it's onigiri, sir. Please, give me peace. Freaking kitty balls. What cat do you have that has balls that look like that, llama? Please be serious for a moment. Okay, anyway. She's 100% getting the animo element. Because she too is a scholar. She's very hardworking. And I think at times, like Jean, puts others before herself. Which, you know, is not a good thing. You gotta take care of yourself. But my Ducky, she's smart. And she got such a good heart. I love her. But yes, that's why that is my justification. We got 2 scientists. And hardworking. We're gonna ignore the trauma side of Animo. Because that's why I'm not giving it to her. Not because of that reason. Not kitty testicles, balls that are kitties. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense, llama. Sorry. Alright. I just wanna... Close your eyes. Don't look. Motherfucker. They're just gonna move again. Ah! Okay, whatever. I did this to myself. So the next person who's getting a vision is Puggy. I need to think about this one a little bit. Puggy's also a good friend of mine. IRL friend, cosplay friend. I've known her for like 10, 11 years at this point. Puggy-chan. The pugster. Exactly, exactly. Alright, I think for Puggy-chan, we're gonna go for Cryo. I've said this before about a couple Cryo characters. Very chilled vibes, laid back, sleepy babies. This is a sleepy baby. She looks sleepy baby. Ganyu's also very sleepy baby. She's probably the least chilled vibes Cryo character around. Chilled vibes. Okay, we're ignoring Kaya because Kaya is just a mess. But like the rest of them are all like very laid back, very quiet. I don't want to say in their own world, but kind of like doing their own thing, going their own way, very much like Shenhe. Very solitary creature, but happy in solitude as well. I think Puggy likes being around people, but she's also very comfortable just sitting in silence with someone, just chilling. Don't need to be chatting or anything. She's just vibing. So that's why I picked Cryo, I think, for Puggy. I don't know how she'll feel about that, but yeah, I think that suits her. All right. Don't bother us, we're doing Cryo things. Exactly, exactly. But also, like a lot of the other Cryo people that I assigned, silent supporters, quiet supporters. Ain't be shouting loud and stuff. Just being there, being present. Dan, you won't fill this whole screen. You're matching visions to users? Yeah. So any peepers who ask, if I have time, I need to watch the time carefully now. Alright, the next one. The next one's Dan. Dan didn't ask for one, but I decided to give him one anyway. Huh? Huh? Huh, what? Use your words. Ask for what? Exactly. I'm giving you a vision, Dan. Whether you want it or not, you got it. I just haven't decided yet which one. Wow, this is a difficult one. I feel like I've been around Dan enough in his own streams, but also having him in my streams. that I should be able to get an answer. Omni element user? Yeah, fuck it. Dan's got omni element. Let's see. Dan is easy? Oh shit. Dan is easy? Oh my goodness. Is this a statement about Dan in general? Or? What do you mean? Oh man. Okay, I have two thoughts. One of them being cryo. Because who don't love some tiggle bitties? No, I'm joking. One is cryo because of the, like, very chill, laid back. If you guys haven't watched Dan's streams, like, this man will be playing Donk Souls, fighting the same boss over and over, and at no point loses his cool. He remains the most mellow. I don't understand it. I think he's just got he's got like a body double. He's got someone else who actually sits there and plays the games, and he's just doing the running commentary. I don't think, because he doesn't get mad. Tig old bit. I mean, listen, if you like the Tig old biggies, that's up to you, man. But yes, Tig old biddies. We do like them. But yes, so that's why I want to say cryo. But in the same vein, the man is determined. He is determined. He will kill that boss. So being chill, and I'm gonna say this is gonna make sense now, going with the flow, but also having a goal, being determined to achieve that goal. That's why I want to give him Hydro. So my justification is not always the same. I'm not just like, ah, yes, this person is very supportive, therefore they are Geo. It's just my evaluation. But in any case, I think... Oh, I just slapped a mosquito with my hand. Ew. Anyway, I think I'm going to give him Hydro. Because... very... for some of the characters, especially I think like the Sumeru characters, they're very graceful, very like not emotionless, but like not like high emotion, like very mellow people. A lot of them are very mellow, to be fair. I think the high energy Hydro character would be these two, Mona and Toddy. One's a murderer and one does astrology. So I don't know, man. Is okay, Cryo and Hydro were the two best options? Yeah? You mean for Dan or just in general? So yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with Hydro. In particular, the Sumeru characters. Very similar, chilled vibes kind of thing. Yeah, for Dan? Okay. I'm glad you agree. But in any case, yeah, that's what I feel. The cryo could have worked, but I think maybe the Hydro worked a little bit better for me. Alright. Next was Noir. I can maybe do a couple more. If anyone else wants, please just shout. And I will give you a vision if I know you well enough. Question mark. Alright, so the next one was Noir. Which one has got the prettiest bitches? Has to be Electro, right? Okay, Noir, there we go. That's your element. Did you do llama yet? Scariest llama? Did he ask? Why am I getting bonked? For why? Thank you for the confetti. Why are you throwing things at me and then confettiing me? No, I just chose the one with all the pretty bitches. Is it not Electro? Do they not be slaying? Hi, Jinxie. Why are you throwing things at me as well now? What the heck? What the heck? Look at all these pretty bitches. There's so many of them. Anyway. Whoa! Panda! Thank you for the hearts, Jinxie. I think you're right and I'm okay with that. The other llama? Oh man, my brain. Ayato and Yellen do be carrying it for Hydra. What about Nilo? She's so cute. And Candace? Candace's mommy, though. This one's difficult as well. You forgot Nilo existed. She should be a 4-star, to be honest. Oh man. I wish she was. I would have gotten her then. I might actually stick with Electro, actually, to be honest. I feel like, I spoke before about the two sides of Electro. There's the chaos and the control. And not like control, like controlling, but more like, you know, like these two personalities are completely different, right? Raiden is very reserved, very quiet. She does things in her own way. Same with someone like Sarah as well. She's also technically, she's not part of the chaos side of Electro. Keqing as well. Things must be done in a specific way. So I feel like, I think Electro actually does suit you. You can be with all your pretty bitches after all. So yeah, I think Electro works. But there's the other side. There's the chaos, like Dory, Yai Miko. Who else was there? Beidou, I think, is part of the. Look at that! She's cracking her knuckles. She gonna come beat your ass. Slay. So yes, Celestia. Celestia has decided. Electro. We have a lot of Electro and Cryo, I feel like. Alright, last call, because otherwise I do need to be running. Because my power is gonna go off soon. Because I live in a shit country with a shitty electrics. Otherwise, if there is anyone else, like, we can always just do it next time as well. But I made note of the people that I decided today. I'll do a little write-up. There's a thing on the Discord where I gave everyone their elements. So if you want to go read up why people got certain elements, it's on Celestia. It's under the Genshin Impact ones. But yeah, I hope you guys are happy with your visions and the reasoning behind it. Otherwise, too bad, so sad. You know? Alright, I think I'm gonna start looking for a raid victim. But I also want to just check quick Is there anybody that I can Ravengi raid? Whoa. Beto, relax. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Who is live? Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I should definitely throw on some music though. Otherwise I'm just sitting here like in dead silence. Like staring at my... Woo! That was loud! In my ear holes, man. Don't send down my vision while I'm in the bath in case I get electrocuted and die. Oh no. Okay, I'll be careful. The only problem with that is you're gonna have to tell me when you're bathing then. So I don't know how that's gonna work, but you know. Have a great week. No, you have a great weekend. You have a great weekend. Okay, who else? The problem with trying to... Thank you for the balloons. Thank you for the hearts, Panda. And the bubbles. Oh my god. And the confetti. I love it. And Dan with another onigiri. Thank you. You're trying to crash the stream? Oh my god. I mean, the power's gonna go out shortly anyway, so, you know. Yeah, I feel like I can't see... let's see. Bum, bum, bum. I want to see how bad it would be if it... Oh man. Yeah, when I get like, if it's like a sub bomb or something like that, I think then it explodes, definitely. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do is take you to Kitty. I don't know how much longer she's gonna be streaming. So let's go to Kitty. Alright guys, you know the drill. You know the deal. Hopefully I spell this correctly. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for tonight, everybody. Please do take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. You know the usual. I should be back next week. Natrado. I should be back next week. I'm hoping over the weekend the load shedding schedule seems to be going down, so we might get lucky and be able to do the anniversary stream next week. So here's holding thumbs. Thank you, Panda. Holding thumbs that works. But yes, everybody, please take care of yourselves. Take all the love in your hearts, squish it into a little ball, and then you put that in the raid message, and then you go and throw this raid message at Kitty, because she's lovely. She plays a lot of Genshin Impact. She is currently playing Dead by Daylight though, I think. So yes, all of the love in your hearts. We're gonna take it over to Kitty. Be good, everyone. My power's going out soon. I will see you. Bye 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 bye. Bye 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 bye. Nighty nights, everybody. Bye Llama. Bye Panda. Bye Dan. Bye Jargon. Who else is here? Bye Noir. Bye 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 Cupcake. Bye Yoda. I don't know who else is still here, but bye 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 everyone. Bye 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 bye.